ko ababa malui kahia kala e pukamai ai. O lalina ale hanu panupo kaiwi. O ka halunai ke poi poi e hukai. I ke ika nani o ahua alua aina kawika hano mai liku kahi. Lo kahi ke aloha e velina mai nei. No ko lau poko i ka malulani, no ko lau loa i ka malua lua ti iwai. No wai alu ke kai ka puku ni loko, no wai ana ki kau kalai. No e vai ka iha maulea no kona pona ne o mamalai. Malama i ho ke aloha no taina ulu vehi vehi. E ia e kipa mai daina o hele muai. O hele mua te tapu aina daina kamehameha. O kamehameha e kune ai. I da ua i da pua ke e ho mai de o pua o poe ta mamalua e. O ia e kalani nui meha meha e hea taiwe ki la mokula e tomo. A ole i vehe vehe ana a ole wai hona tapo kaua kau ia e. A ule no tau a hao o ilele ane mauko au au lele. E tomo, ta haleo ke aloha lani. Au au I ke ki o wai ka pupo no ha ke one. E inu, ta waka ne tanu Hawaii. O la ia kinua kia oe. O loto ka puai vai ali o lani hei noa. Hei noa ka puo ka lani e ke kunei dai. I ta mauna wa ke ahiti ta waikini e. O i ta lei ali e tuno ta pua. O ta pua lani ta lewa e. Hei noa e.
Aloha mai kākou. Aloha. We always begin everything that we do with a blessing for this place, for this world, for this creation. And it includes all of us as humanity. And so, if we join together in our hearts and our minds, e puli kākou, let us pray. E kia kua mana loa, nā kupuna I nā hala, a me nā kupuna e ola nei, I nā makua, nā keiki, nā kumuhula, nā olapa, nā ho'opaa, nā hakumele, nā mele oli, nā mele ho'o kanipila, nā ali'i, nā kamaaina, nā malihini, a me nā hoa aloha pau, I a koa mai nei ma helu moa. O God Almighty, we gather with grateful hearts upon this storied Aina, this land of Helumua. And we come not merely to begin a festival, but to open a sacred place where the past can speak, where the present listens, and where generations yet to come will learn to remember. We give thanks for Prince Lat Kapuaiwa, Kamehameha V, whose courage helped keep open the pathways for our hula, our oli, and our mele. May his name remind us that culture lives because someone protects it, because someone teaches it, and because someone carries it forward. We honor our kupuna, our elders, whose feet danced before ours, and whose voices carried the names of our winds, our rains, our mountains and seas. Though many have traveled, allow us to take the same path. Bless us here as we breathe, as we live, as we dance. Bless our kumuhula, who carry the knowledge, the discipline, and the sacrifice. And as this year's theme calls us, Kapakai, the shoreline where Aina and ocean meet. Teach us that this is simply not a boundary, but a place of relationship. And remind us, Ke Akua, that we as Kanaka Maoli carry a kuleana to teach those who are not of our culture the true meaning of aloha. Because aloha is not decoration. Aloha is not a slogan. Aloha is not a tourism strategy. Aloha is a sacred way of seeing and caring for each other. Without the willingness to listen and learn and consider the lives of us around, aloha can be mistaken as I can do whatever I want. But, oh Lord, let true hearts of aloha always ask, what can I do for my fellow mankind? Help us teach aloha without anger and without the lack of truth. Bless this foundation and bless all those whose hands were given in Limahana for this event. Keep all of us safe. Give us strength when our bodies become tired. Calm us when we have anxious hearts. And give us joy as we share our gifts. May each step be grounded in aloha. May every hand gesture carry truth. May every voice rise with courage, and may every drumbeat awaken memories. And may this festival become a living lei that binds kupuna, makua, and keiki together across all generations. I mawakokaloko mai kai o ka haku Yesu Christo. A me kia aloha o kia kua. A me ka launa puana me ka uhane he molele me au ko pakahia pau. Amene, amene, amene.
Aloha! My name is Michael Pili Pang. I am one of the directors for the Moanalua Gardens Foundation. I'm actually the office manager, but that's okay. I'm here to welcome everybody to the festival on behalf of our foundation. We are a Aina-based education foundation here in Hawaii, and we basically malama and take care of our valley, Moanalua, which is the last valley that it has not been taken over yet by modernization. Tonight's festival is brought to you by our sponsors, Hawaii Tourism Authority, and our good friends here at the Royal Shopping Center. So please give this Royal Hawaiian Center a big hand. Without them, we could not be doing this here. We'd like you to enjoy the evening. We have lots of stuff going on, and our wonderful MCs will take you through the whole gambit of the whole day. But I just wanted to welcome you folks all here and introduce you to Kamakapili and Ha'alilio, two of our most handsome gentlemen that will be our MCs for the night. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to have to give him a check after that one. Aloha mai kako! Oh, come on. I know it's warm, and I know it's a little tiring, but let's try that again. Aloha mai kako!
Aloha.
Welcome. My name is Kamakapili.
Aloha kako. I'm Ha'alilio Solomon, and I hope you folks are, well, I'm sure you're a little bit melting if you're like us, but we're so happy to have you folks here joining us at the Prince Laut Hula Festival. Brother, what do we have going on first?
We are going to be a full day, one of 2 days that is full with halau and hula. So mahalo for joining us. And again, remember to return tomorrow. We have so many people and organizations to thank, but we want to get this started and get this going. So we're going to be taking it all the way to the Kona side of Hawaii. So if you can please put your hands together and welcome Halau Hula Mauna Lei with Kumuhula Lele Huabre.
kana ke komo maloko e hana ia e aheva I ka wā e ano ka ukulao ka leo a he leo vale noa mai e komo mai e
O makaka aloha O puka e kalama kahikina me ka uata I ele no kumukai a maina iwa me iaka me ka pola kai ka uwe iwe e maina iwa maku alo me ke alo ka po o ka a iwa iwa o kino e kiku me na ali e ola mako a mauloa hae ala e a E mai, e ku'upua lehua o ka wao I po'ai ia e nā manu o uka Ku'u lehua I mohala I ka ua o ha'au Ua ole nei, ua hiki mai la oe Mai, e komo mai Mahalo, aloha everyone. We're so happy to be here. Always a privilege to come from Hawaii Island and share our hula no homalie. They cannot see me. Oh, hello. Hello. So happy to be here and blessed. Mahalo to everyone for their kokua. Some of my homanas first time, not to Oahu, but to a big hula event. So welcome them, and I have my keiki, and we're here to share our hula. And where we're from? Makaukau? All yours. O puahina no I ka mahi e O kona kai o pua I ka lai O puahina no I ka mahi e I ono na vai a ke hau Ke na ula na ka mali'i I olo na vai a ke hau Ke na ula na ka mali'i E ka auhila I ke kunala Ku'ula ka oli I ka ilikai E ka ohila I ke kunala Ku'ula ka oli I ka ilikai Umehana vale o ia aina aloha na kini ya o olulu Umehana vale o ia aina aloha na kini ya o olulu Haina ia mai ana puana noli holi hola hei noa Haina ia mai ana kapuana loli holi hola hei noa Hei noa noli holi ho Mahalo Makaukau no vehola la etala ela kapua ilimala Ula no vehola la tala ela kapua ili mala e ua I ke vale oela I taua lokula ohana leila e ua I ke vale oela I taua lokula ohana leila e Akalai ono ililai ka waila nala o ka avapuhilai e Akalai ono ililai ka waila nala o ka avapuhilai e Uali po vale ohela o kana helela o hikela e Uali po vale ohela o kana helela o hikela e Ina mai tapua nala la he ino wala no kamoha ila e Ina mai tapua nala la he ino wala no kamoha ila e Ehala, ehala, eha, ahi ea. Ea no, kamoha I mahalo. Iluna keiki. Okay, Auntie needs to hear you kahea, so I can remember. Okay, makaukau? Makaukau? Oh, mahalo. Iluna na manu o kaleva Iluna na manu o kaleva Ilalo na pua o kahonua Ilalo na pua o kahonua Up the mountain Iuka na ulula au Iuka na ulula au Ikai na ia o kamoana Ikai na ia o kamoana Haina mai tapuana Ahenani ke aune Haina mai tapuana Ahenani ke aune Mele no he nani ki aune Mai ka iloa E hoi ke aloha ni I hau e Hai tawai unai ka pā o e ai E hoi ke aloha ni I hau e Hai tawai unai ka pā o e ai Ka uluhua I taha papa e Neki ko elio halali I e ai Ka uluhua I taha papa e Neki ko elio halali I e ai Eia ni hoa ma hope e Hai ta moku ha papa I ke kai e ai E yani hoa mahope e Hai tamoku ha papa i ke kai e O kala vela vela i ke gula he Huli aku ke alo i kawaii e O dala vela vela i ke gula he Huli aku ke alo i kawaii e Haina da ino a ka wahine e No ka piolani no he inoa e Haina ia mai da puana e No ka piolani no he inoa e Mahalo. Iluna. Oh, make your pa'ua pretty, pretty. Too much starch. Make your pa'ua nice. Aka aka. Kala kaua e noa. Kapua mai ole i kala. Kala kaua e noa. Kapua mai ole i kala. Kapua mai la i ka mauna. I ke kua hivi o mauna kea. Kapua mai la i ka mauna. I ke kua hivi o mauna kea. Kea la o i ki la wea. Mala mala ma o wahine kapu. Kea la o i ki la wea. Mala mala ma o wahine kapu. Aluna ue ka huna. O te bali tapu o ta au ea. Aluna ue ka huna. I ta bali tapu o ta au ea. E ia mai keli iki a manu. Ua vehi ta hulu o ka mamo. E ia mai keli iki a manu. Ua vehi ta hulu o ka mamo. Ka puana ni a o Hawaii. Kala kaua e inoa. Ka puana ni a o Hawaii. Kala kaua e inoa. Hae hala e ha. Aie. Eia no ka vika e he. Ka heke a o nā pua e he. Eia no ka vika e he. Ka heke a o nā pua e he. Ka wila maha ka hikina e he. Mala mala maha Hawaii e he. Ka wila maha ka hikina e he. Mala mala maha Hawaii e he. Kui a talono pelakani e he. Olo he ke kuini o palani e he. Kui a talono pelakani e he. Olo he ke kuini o palani e he. Na vai e tapua I luna e he. O ka paate ano ka makua e he. Na vai e tapua I luna e he. O ka paake ano ta makua e he. Haina ia mai tapuana e he. Kalani ka vika e noa e he. Haina ia mai tapuana e he. Kalani ka vika e noa e he. E hala e ha. Aie. Lili ue no hona ni mai. Kokino e ki I mili mili. Lili ue no hona ni mai. Kokino e ki I mili mili. Komaka e no vehonei. Ko papalina e kukuana. Komaka e no vehonei. Ko papalina e kukuana. Kopo ohivi ani pe ahi. Kopoli e nahe nahe vale. Kopo ohivi ani pe ahi. Kopoli e nahe nahe vale. Kokuli e anu kumo I hoi Ka wawai Pahua I luna Kokuli e anu kumo I hoi Ka wawai Pahua I luna E o eliliu I ko inoa Ka hai ka laulu o Hawaii nei E o eliliu I ko inoa Ka hai ka laulu o Hawaii nei
Hei noa no, ka wika. Hei noa no, liu o kalani.
Mahalo Imoa Noho male, keki
Ai, I mono lohi lohi I ko wehi. I mauna,
I mauna lahi lahi I do vehi lai Ka pua mama ne pua mele mele lai
I mauna,
I mauna lahi lahi I go vehi lai Ka pua mama ne pua mele mele lai
I punia,
Ai puni ai tawai o ka niulai Kaia ulua e oe e moani nei lai
I punia,
Ai puni ai tawai o ka niulai Kaia ulua e oe e moani nei lai Maane mai ta ua na ha ululai Ho o pulu I ta pua maha manelai Maane mai ta ua na ha ululai Ho o pulu I ta pua maha manelai He vehi he kahi kono ka iulani lai O ka vehi ulani no oe lai He vehi he kahi kono ka iulani lai O ka vehi ulani no oe lai Haina ia mai tawa hine No ka iulani no ia vehi Haina ia mai tawa hine No ka iulani no ia vehi
hei noa no, Princess Victoria ka iulani, kalani nui, ahia a lapa lapa, ka kiu, I luna lilo, kalani horse.
Pa
Hala hula maunale. Kumu hula leile hua bre. Mahalo nui e nā kaikamahine o Pio Pio. Hailing from Kona, Hawaii. Bearing the heat of Kona and the heat of Honolulu.
Beautiful job, ladies.
Mahalo nui. Beautiful, beautiful. Carrying their kala'au and their uli uli. Bedecked in the pua kula I ole I kamakani, the a'ali'i. Beautiful vehi, beautiful lei. Mahalo once again to Halauhula Mauna Lei and Kumuhula Lelehua Bre.
What a way to kick off. How was that once more? Put your hands together to kick this off on such a great note.
Mahalo nui.
We have just as much energy as the sun has its brightness. Mahalo, everybody. We want to mahalo you for being here today. We all know this is the first time for the Prince Lot Hula Festival being relocated to this particular location at the Royal Hawaiian Center. And some people may be asking, how come? Well, actually, the significance is quite grand because this property is owned by Kamehameha Schools, and this property was where King Kamehameha I once had his residence, and even Princess Bernice Pauahi Bishop, Princess Bernice Pauahi, she was the last direct descendant to King Kamehameha I, and she had her residence here as well, and this was the location where she had actually signed her will, and it was through her will after her passing that the Kamehameha Schools was established. So those are just some little stepping stones that make it super appropriate to bring this back here in Waikiki.
Kalevalanai is where we're gathering today.
What does that mean?
Kalevalanai. Kaleva is kind of like Kalani. I believe it's a little bit lower than the Lani. So the Kaleva is a place in the sky. And since we're on the highest, sort of the highest floor of the Royal Hawaiian Center, we're at the Kalevalanai. Also, importantly, there's a lounge open, I heard. Did you hear about that?
Oh, no. Why am I here then? I'm just kidding.
Behind you folks.
In that direction.
Oh, I see our bartenders waving. Since 4 o'clock p.m., the Lota Lounge has opened. And they're serving adult beverages and some onopupu.
Yes.
I actually, my tita she prepared the pupus, and I asked her, oh, can we get a list of menu items? So at the Lota Lounge, there are pupus available, namely lomi o'io, ho'io salad, dry aku, opai, smoked taco, and soft cuddle fish.
Okay, so this is the goal. I mean, this is the plan. Nobody's there now, and that's some really onolicious poo-poo, so maybe you want to book it there and get there before the crowd does, and you can beat them. Get some of that on your plate.
Lota Lounge also with, a cold beer and some lomi o'io. Sounds really, really ono right now.
Super ono. We do want to share that we are part of Olelo Authentic, and we share Hawaiian language with the world, and that's what we're trying to do here too. So incorporating between our hula, which is of course a very important means of storytelling, of course it all is based off of Olelo. So who do we have coming up next?
Well, I see their fans in the front rows here in front of us, and that must mean our next halau is ready, and it is my honor and privilege to introduce, under the tutelage of Kumuhula Auntie Vicky Holt Takamine, help me in welcoming to the stage Pua Ali'i Ilima.
No na ke a kuai kana hele hele I alai ia e ke ki ohu e ka ua koko. Ona ki no malui kalani malu e oe. E ho'olu mai ana o laka I kona mau kahu. O mākou no, o mākou no, o mākou no, ai. O ia e kalani nui meha meha e aku ana I ka iwa kilo mokula e komo. A ole I vehe vehena, a ole I vai hona kona po. O ka ho a ke ia e a ule I o ka uaha au e lele a e ana mau ka o au lele. E komo I ka hale o ke aloha lani, au I ke ki o vai ka puo pōna ha ke one. E inu I ka awa kane I ka nua I Hawaii. E ola ia kini a kua ia o e. O buka e kalama ka hiki na me ka ua ka i hele no kumukai. Haamaina iwa me hiia ka me ka pola ka i taulu vehi ne e maina iwa ma kualo ma ke alo ka puo ke a iwa ho ino e ke kapu me na ali e ola ma ko a maulo ala e ala e ala e ai Oi punai tava a pololo a kaino haule ule ina lai halo ko olau e hala e hai te tu i a ka ulumano hala e ka i he makavalu na ke a he tu i hui a ka holio ku i ka pau ku a ka ava nane e ke ki kala ko hilo ki ni ho ilu ulu i ke one o ana tahi ka palolo na vai ne o kaluala ai ala ai Oi punai tava a pololo a kaino haule ule ina lai halo ko olau e hala e hai ke kui a ka ulumano hala e ka i he makavalu na ke a e kui hui kui a ka holio kui ka pahu tu a ka ava nane e ke ki kala ko hilo ki ni ho ilu ulu i ke one o ana tahi ka pahalolo na vai ne o kanuala ai ala
Mahalo nui. We're located on this beautiful place that is the home of our ali'i, the Kamehamehas. We wanted to honor King Kamehameha I with that mele that talks about his warriors as they embark off from Hilo, but they are turned back by the winds, the very vicious winds in the ocean, and they come back to Hilo, Hawaii before they journeyed on their next adventure. We're going to share another mele for the Kamehameha Ohana. This is for Ka'ahumanu. We take you to the island of Maui. Haheo Ohana Eo Kupu Kawiki Ehoi Kuleilo Kelani Manuno Kamehameha Heino ano Ka'ahumanu no Kamehameha Haheo hanala haheo hanala hea ala hea haheo Ho'i. Okay, we're going to look for the youngest ones in our halau. We'll bring the little ones all the way up. Hele mai kai loa. Oh, ne'i mua. Maluna, yeah. All the way up, thank you. Come, Anela. Ne'i mua, all the way. And move forward. Go forward up. Thank you, Haunani. Ne'e up, Anela. Some more. Yeah, thank you, Kaliko. Okay, Carly, now spread out. Come, Manaya. Yeah, all righty. Good job. Okay, Carly, let's move over a little bit. Ne'e. Hemea iki, okay. All right. Now, we learned this mele. Noho ilalo, mahalo. We learned this mele. We got this chant from a collection of. Okay, I'm talking too loud. Okay, that was collected by Patches Damon, and it's those records are held in Moana Lua Gardens Foundation in their archives. So we were fortunate to have a copy of this. This is a mele that was composed for Moana Lua. And was collected by Patches Damon. And it talks about Kahiki Laulani who comes over. And when she comes over, she comes in through right where Ke'ehi Lagoon area is. And she paddles out with her canoe paddlers. The two paddlers she leaves there in the lagoon there, they're waiting for her to come back. They turned into whirlpools. So they're still over there in Ke'ehi Lagoon somewhere, whirlpooling around, waiting for Princess Kahiki Laulani to come back. But she also brings a lehua tree, and upon the lehua tree is a manu. So we're going to tell you that story about Kahiki Laulani. Makau.
I, Kahiki Laulani, ha. O Kahiki a Lawana e.
Kamakania e panei e. O kahiki a Lawana e. Kamakania e panei e. Ka opua kuana ana aloana a. E ke kai e. Ka opua kuana ana aloana a. E ke kai e. Ka lehua wai makanui e. Aiana la kamanu i luna. Ka lehua wai makanui e. Aiana la kamanu i luna. Kahina loa me ke ala e. Ale aula, ale au e.
Hei lono Kahiki Laulani.
Mai kai loa i luna. Kua e i luna. Mahalo. And we're going to invite a few of our friends up, Sam Kaina and friends, who's going to share a little bit of Awana music for you. We're going to start with the keikis. We're going to tell you all about the koa'e bird. Now, the koa'e bird likes to make their nest not in a tree. They make it up on a cliff, way on the top of the cliffs. And then they go soaring, right? Okay? I'm going to ne'e them over. Yeah. Okay, are you all Makau? Yeah, we are. We're almost Makau over here. We're getting all our instruments all connected up. But yeah, and we're all smiling, right? Okay, I will tell you that I promised them thunderous applause. So there will be, yes, practice your thunderous applause. There you go. Okay, yeah, because, you know.
1, 2.
Yeah.
1, 2. Okay, Makau girls.
Yeah, we are. And gentlemen, yes.
Okay, we're going to just do this, okay?
Mahalo, yes. Don't forget to kahea. Kaliko is good at kahea.
Hey, Kauai.
Hello.
Hey, Kauai.
That's a Kauai bird. Lives all the way on the top of a pali, on the cliffs. So beautiful to see. In the sea. It soars way out over the ocean. Hooky. Oh, those feathers. So beautiful. Mahalo.
Let's take it home. Haina.
Okay, thunderous applause. Weehaw. My kailoa hoi, huli. Hoi. There we go. Okay, go correlate. Hoi off. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Manaya. Mahalo
Such a great
nui.
job. Auntie Vicky, Uncle Jeff could take you guys to the water park
Yeah.
on Sunday.
Okay. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Yeah. Okay, you know, and one of the things that we, this is the 50th anniversary of the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana. And so we wanted to honor the island of Kaho'olawe. In this next section, we're going to do 2 mele for the island of Kaho'olawe. The first one is not well known, and so we found that this old recording called Kaho'olawe Hula. So I was like, oh my gosh, here's a beautiful mele for Kaho'olawe that was recorded years ago by, I think it was Auntie Agnes, them folks, right? And, but I was like, we found this mele and we said, you know, we have to bring it back to this next generation, otherwise we lose these mele forever. So, Kaho'olawe Hula.
lana ka inoa o ka ho'olawela le ana i ka pua o ka hina hina o lelo ka ua o lelo ka ua no ku'u aloha inu wau i ka hewa ma muli o o lelo ka ua o lelo ka ua no ku'u aloha ina wau i ka hewa ma muli o mahea eke mahea eke ala hiki aku ai hoa e ike au i ka ho'olawe mahea eke ala hiki aku ai hoa e eke au i ka ho'olawe ike ana i ka nani ike ana i ka nani o ina aina me ke kai one mai ma ka paira ike ana i ka nani o ina aina me ke kai one mai ma ka paia noho aku noho aku ho iwa a ho'olono i ka niho ni mai le o ka manu noho aku ho iwa ho'olono i ka niho ne mai le o ka manu he aku noa he o mai oe le ana i ka pua o ka hina hina he aku noa he o mai oe le ana i ka pua o ka hina hina ka ho'olawe hula.
Mahalo. Yay, Uncle Sam.
Thank you for bringing it back, Mickey and Jeff.
I know, yeah. Now we're going to make you perpetuate it, right? Yeah. Yeah. So the other mele that we all know is Mele o ka ho'olawe that was written by Uncle Harry Mitchell for those that went to the Aina, to ka ho'olawe, to force the military to give it back to us. So we're still struggling about those military leases, but this Mele o ka ho'olawe is one of our all-time favorites.
Aloha.
Aloha. Mahalo. Mahalo, ladies. Mahalo, Sam. That was great. So we're going to close our set with a fun song that was composed by Mary Covena, Pukui, and Maddie Lamb. They wrote so many mele together. This is one of our favorites. So, you know, when the sun sets, and tonight is going to be a cool moon. Last night was Kukahi, so I think it's Kulua tonight. You look, the halal before us told you all about the moon phases. So it's going to be up soon. We're going to take you on a stroll, po la'i la'i, with the ukulele sounds of Sam Kaina playing for you.
It's so hot, my ukulele is sweating.
Oh yeah, I know. Yes.
Come on also, Sona on bass, Mr. Kao Moriguchi
Aloha.
on guitar.
Fabulous.
Once again, Mr. Kamana Osai Sona on bass. And the recent winner at the Nahoku Hoku Anohano Awards, Mr. Kyle Moriguchi. For Haku Mele of the Year.
Aina mai ka puana, loka po mahina lai lai. Olono wana I ke kai, hone hone.
Ladies and gents, Haina Ho.
Aina mai ka puana, loka po mahina lai lai. Olono wana I ke kai, hone hone akabuku.
Mahalo ladies, mahalo gents, mahalo Vicky and Jeff.
Mahalo Sam, thank you so much. Mahalo Michael Pang and Ian for inviting us to this Prince Lot Hula Festival. Mahalo nui, aloha.
Mahalo Auntie Vicky. Fabulous hula, fabulous music from Pua Ali'i Ilima.
And this is just the beginning. Mahalo, everybody. I know the shade is slowly creeping upon that side, which this side will begin to get a little bit more full. But while we're still kind of lingering around in the shade, my poina, no forget, we get our Lota Lounge in the back, and I know we got a sign now that shares some of the prices. What are we looking at?
So if you folks cannot see, the lounge menu consists of $7 beer, $12 wine and spirits, $15 pupus, and as we mentioned earlier, the pupus are along the likes of smoked taco, dry aku, karo fish, dry opai, lomi o'io, smoked au, marlin, ho'io salad, and some more, and whatever get left over. So go fill up now before, as we say in Hawaii, mai kali apau na niho. Don't wait too late.
You know, since we're talking about olelo, we know ono. I think that's probably most common, how delicious it is. But what are some other words that we could use other than ono? Are there any? Putting you on the spot.
You are putting me on the spot. The word liha liha is coming to mind. That's when you eat rich foods and you almost get a little sick because it's too rich. But you just eat just enough to satisfy your appetite.
Oh, now we know two words. Liha liha and ono. This is the kind of things we like to talk about on Olelo Authentic, so make sure you follow us on social media. While we're here, I want to give a big shout out to all of our OEV TV live stream across the world on Facebook and on YouTube. Aloha mai kako. Thank you very much for joining us.
Always making us look good across the world on all the broadcasts.
Can you add more shadows, please?
We're backlit.
Okay, that's okay. We also want to mahalo all of our community members who are here. So around the fence and the railings, we have a much of our community organizations. Back over here, we have our makeke, which started at 2 o'clock, and that's the hour it will begin tomorrow again. So beginning tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Sorry, tomorrow at 2 o'clock. If you want to come shop before crowd, come at that time before everybody starts to come in. And if you were unaware, the floor below us, if you take the escalator, we have our cultural activities going on right now. So a lot of things taking place.
Lauhala weaving, lei making, weaponry, weapon making, lots of demonstrations that you can go home with a souvenir, perhaps a souvenir you made yourself. So really special stuff going on here at Kaleva Lanai. We want to thank the Moana Lua Gardens Foundation and all their hard work. If you see somebody in a purple vest, give them a big smile and a big mahalo. Those are our volunteers for this weekend's event.
It takes many, many, many hands, many that you don't even see, that is working behind the scenes to bring this together and make this possible. So if you don't mind, please put a round of applause for all of our volunteers. Many different people across the islands have come together to put together this 49th annual Prince Lot Hula Festival. But we have so many others to mahalo. So real fast, we have to mahalo Office of Hawaiian Affairs, of course, OEV TV, Sound Marketing, Hawaiian Airlines, Kioia Hotels and Resorts, Ahahui Siwila Hawaii, Kaiaulu, the Waikiki Shopping Center, and much, much more. But of course, mahalo to each and every one of you for being here this afternoon.
And earlier, Kamaka brother, you mentioned the Makeke opens tomorrow, will reopen tomorrow at 2 p.m. This afternoon, I showed up at 2 p.m. and already had a crowd.
Yeah, was crowded already.
People were already spectating, shopping, and enjoying the Prince Lot, the 49th annual Prince Lot Hula Festival here at the Royal Hawaiian Center. So, if you folks want to get the best merchandise.
Oh, wait, hold on. Selfie.
Ahead. Selfie is when you take them, bro.
Yeah, every picture's a selfie picture. It's of me.
So we have all kinds of hula kahiko, as you folks have seen. Also hula awana, as you folks enjoyed with our last group, Pua Ali'i Ilima, from Kupuna all the way down to Kamali'i Opiopio, and all ages in between the two. That's the kind of hula you'll see here on stage this whole entire weekend. So mahalo for joining us. I think our next group is coming up.
I know, and this siren, we apologize. But we also want to make note that Pua Ali'i Ilima and Kumuhula Vicky Takamine has been the only halau to participate in every single Prince Lot Hula Festival since its very beginning. So make sure next time you see Kumu Vicky, or just now, give her a round of applause, because be able to do this every single year for 49 years is a feat within itself.
True dedication and commitment to our lahui is really what defines Pua Ali'i Ilima. Mahalo, Auntie Vic.
How many out there of you, do you all are hula dancers? Make some noise. All right. Okay, so we don't have any Merry Monarch judges here this evening and this afternoon, right? We hold that till afterwards. The one beautiful thing about this festival is this is not a competition, and this is one of the largest non-competitive hula festivals, all highlighting the art and the styles and the different executions of our hula. And the beautiful thing is many of the keiki and the dancers you see today have made all of their own lei, have made their own implements. So when we're thinking about a hula dancer, it's not just dancing. There's so much that you don't see that takes place to prep them to get to this point. And as we continue, you already started to see we had two different styles of the hula that we are going to be showcasing throughout the different halau, between kahiko and the olden style and awana, or more the modern style. And brother, you're a hula dancer yourself. What's your most favorite? Oh, sorry. Shh. Okay. Once upon a time, you're a hula dancer yourself. No. What is your favorite style of hula?
Oh, I think I would have to pick hula awana.
How come?
And all of the different genres that can fit under hula awana. I just love the musical legacy of Hawaii, and we're being treated to that. As we say, nanea ka pepeyao, our ears are enjoying the beautiful mele here on stage. That's what I would pick, hula awana. How about you?
I don't know. I think I like both. Kahiko is what we all kind of expect to go, especially Merry Monarch. Everybody turns in for Kahiko night. But awana is much more fun. You can relax. You don't have to be so stressed out about it, and you can really enjoy the moment. And I think the biggest difference is when you see a dancer who is connected to the moment and a dancer who's really thinking about what they're doing. But again, for this type of showcase, it's all about continuing and bringing life to these mele and these songs. And we are in store for some great music. We are going to be having Kumuhula Kuana Torres come up pretty soon.
Kuana Torres Kahele. And as we mentioned, as Uncle Sam Kaina, one of the musicians on, I believe was ukulele, he had to jet off to another rehearsal because of Keiki Hula, which is happening, so much hula happening this month and this whole season and this summer season. But as Uncle Sam Kaina mentioned, we're being joined today by Nahoku Hano award-winning musicians. He mentioned to his left was Kyle Kamalani Moriguchi, who this past Saturday won the Hoku for Haku Mele Award. And on his right was Kamana'o Sarsona. So just beautiful musicians, talented, bringing Hawaii's best to the stage. And the same is going to happen in just a couple minutes as our next halau prepares to treat us to their set of hula.
We're in store for some beautiful dance and beautiful music. But I want to ask, how many out there are visiting Hawaii today? Awesome.
Okay.
We have some of you all the way to the back. Well, for those who may be unfamiliar, the importance of hula is not just an entertainment for you, but when we really look at our history, Hawaiians, we didn't have a written language until the arrival of the missionaries who arrived in 1820. Prior to that, everything through our Hawaiian language was oral. So things were passed down through dances, through chants, and through mele. So whenever we watch a hula performance, we should always be keeping that in mind, because if it wasn't for hula dancers who continue to dance their stories, we wouldn't have a lot of the stories and the traditional ancient knowledge that we have today, because we didn't have a written language. So a hula dancer is really a vital means to archiving our history. So when we're watching these dances, also look at them in that fashion as well. Now, as we continue this very fortunate opportunity to be here in Waikiki, I think it's safe to say it's not probably the first place that many of us local people would like to go and to stay and to voluntarily enter. But when we realize the history and the lineage and what this festival is all about, this is one of the most appropriate spaces to bring this and to continue to share this type of art in this space.
Because if you look right under the merchandise tent of the Moanalua Gardens Foundation, which is, by the way, who provided our polos, nice breathable polos that Kamaka and I are wearing today, and we'll be wearing different ones tomorrow, but go visit their tent.
We're told they sell out real fast, so if you haven't gotten one yet, they only have a limited amount, and they'll be at that white tent at the entrance.
And at their tent is where you can read the history of Kamehameha Elima, Kamehameha V, Lot, also known as Lota, Kapuaiva. Lota is the name that was chosen when they named the Lota Lounge behind you folks, as well as
And the brand
Lota,
of clothing as well.
Lota designs that we're wearing today.
Yeah, so that brings our attention who we are talking about or who we are honoring with this festival, Prince Lot Hula Festival. He was known as Prince Lot, and even when he ascended the throne as King Kamehameha V, his people commonly referred to him still as Prince Lot, and everybody really loved him, and he was known to be the last ancient chief of olden times. Because out of the 5 Kamehamehas that there were within our kingdom, King Kamehameha V was one of the grandsons to Kamehameha I, and he was the gentleman who established the kingdom. But it was Kamehameha V who was noted to direct his reign and his efforts as close to the style of his grandfather as possible. So it was because of King Kamehameha V that he instated a new constitution after one that had taken away powers from the monarchy. So this king was responsible for returning a lot of the ancient powers of our monarchy from the business people back into the hands of the kingdom. So that is definitely something that should be acknowledged and appreciated, especially for our native Hawaiians here. A lot of our ali'i have a lot of legacies that continue, and it's great to see that at least hula definitely has a connection to Prince Lot.
Sorry, brother, you're hogging the shade, but
Oh,
mahalo
sorry.
for that history.
I seen that
lesson.
sneakiness of you. I kept turning this way, and then wow.
A quick word as our next group is almost ready here on stage. If you folks are wondering about parking validation, the Royal Hawaiian Center has been generous in parking and providing parking here at their center, as well as an overflow lot just across the street, Makai of us at the Sheraton Hotel as well. And parking is free for anyone who comes to the Prince Lot Hula Festival for 3 hours. 3 hours of free parking with validation. Validation you can get at the info booth right in front of, which is also where you checked in. Yeah, so parking validation for 3 hours is free. If you spend $25 or more on the premises of the Royal Hawaiian Center or at any of the vendors or the food vendors, the food booths, keep your receipts because that will get you, $25 or more will get you 5 hours free parking. Just keep your receipts. They'll calculate it at the info booth, and you'll be good to go for 5 hours free parking. Free parking in Waikiki never, I should say, rarely go in the same
I was just going to say, now you know that. Make sure you bring your towel, your beach bag, some water bottles, your boogie board, and a surfboard maybe. Spend a couple hours here, go jump in the water for a couple hours, and come back. Why not?
Automatic. You get time.
You get time because you're not going to find free parking very much anywhere in Waikiki unless you work with somebody over here. But we are, I don't know about you, as much as it's hard to get into Waikiki once in a while, once you start to learn the history behind this space, it makes it more of a kuleana why we want to return. Because once upon a time, this space used to be called home by each of our monarchy throughout our Hawaiian kingdom, and even ancient chiefs previous to Kamehameha, many of them called Waikiki home. So this essence that the world falls in love with this space, that's beautiful, but it's also not new. It's something that has been with our people forever, so it's something that we should continue to share space with.
Very true. It's a privilege for us to be on, as we say in Olelo, Hawaii, Naone Ali'i, the royal sands of Waikiki, which were kapu, which were reserved and restricted to strictly the ali'i, the ranking nobility class. Brother, as a tour, can I put you on the spot as a tour guide? I know this Prince Lot Hula Festival is also co-sponsored by the Hawaii Tourism Authority. Is that their building we're looking across?
That, I believe, is the Hawaii Visitors and Conventions Bureau building. HTA would be in the convention center.
Okay.
But we do
So at
have
the
many
beginning.
different components of Hawaii tourism, and the great thing is we're having a lot of these components being led by Native Hawaiians now in the position leading a lot of these organizations, which is also a beautiful thing. But Noah did mention, Ha'alilio also mentioned that I do tours. So I have a company called Now and Then Tours Hawaii, where we do walking tours in Waikiki, and that's the whole point about this, is bringing both our kama'aina, our local people, our Native Hawaiians back into Waikiki, share about their home, but especially our visitors. I think a lot of our visitors come here and they don't really know what they're looking forward to, or they're not really knowing what they're going to be excited about. So I feel as being a Kanaka from here, and this is being my home and our home, it becomes our kuleana to take that responsibility of sharing our home with others. Because if we don't share it, somebody else will. But there's no guarantee the other person who shares it will have great intention when they do so. But I know that we do. So that's all we try to do.
I agree. Mahalo, brother. And momentarily, our next group is going to join us. I see them. I see the Kumuhula setting himself up right in front of me. As soon as we get the eye, we'll let you folks know that.
It takes a long time. Plus, behind here is all the dressing rooms, and many different kumu and dancers are coming into each other, and it's a lot of work to be able to just come onto this stage. But again, this year is very special, and I believe last year was the first year that we've done this. We broke this festival up into 2 days. This is the first time, though, that it's being hosted in the afternoon to the evening rather than the morning hours. So tomorrow, again, will be day 2 with a whole nother agenda of halau from across the island sharing their style of hula. And I think that's the most beautiful thing about this. Because it's not a competition, the whole point is that you can start to see the different lineages and styles of hula that is going to be portrayed on this stage. So even a simple step, you know, some of the very simple steps is, to many, call it a hela, and it's just a foot in front and bring it right back underneath. But just that one simple step, many halau will showcase that step in a very different way. But while you watch it, don't think that because on one halau is doing it different from the one previous, that one is right and one is wrong. Because it's all our type of lineages and styles. Just like language, right, brother? You're a linguist person. We all have different language, different dialects to our language.
Aye, polole, sure.
Ni'ihau language. Is there any other dialects that we have today still?
Historically, every island had a dialect unique unto itself, and it's we lost that. We lost that diversity.
I think it was you that telling me too. We're familiar with the T's and the S's and the other letters that we don't necessarily hear be spoken by Ni'ihau people, but you're sharing Maui also speaks with T's as well.
Yeah. I believe, especially East Side Maui folks, the kupuna use a lot of T's. I used to find only when they would say numbers, when they would have, for example, when they would say what year they were born, they would say a lot of T's. It was interesting.
So I think when we say it, like, I'm just using my name, or Makahiki, we'll use Makahiki as an example. Makahiki Mataiti. The T's does flow a little more fluid than the K's does.
Well, if you have a lot of K's or T's in a word, it takes a lot of time to have to repeat ka 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 or ta 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 ta. It's faster to go ka ta ka ta ka ta ka ta ka. So there's a variation that you can that facilitates, I should say, expedites speech.
Well, while we're over here and we're sharing about all of this, I remember asking this before. What do you think? What's your mana'o if people speak a different dialect or use T's when they're speaking? If we didn't learn it that way, what's your mana'o on that?
Use it. Use T's. I love using T's. Ya kuana. Ya tuana.
Yeah, ho'okamakati, makahiki ke.
Hiki no. I want to say one thing about we haven't made an announcement about the food vendors who have generously agreed to extend the kama'aina rates, which exist throughout the year, not just on this wonderful weekend of Prince Lot Hula Festival, but that kama'aina rate is being extended to Malihini, to our visitors as well. Participating restaurants and food vendors here at the Prince Lot Hula Festival, as well as around the Royal Hawaiian Center, have agreed to extend the kama'aina rate. Whether or not you're actually kama'aina, if you would like the kama'aina rate and you're not kama'aina, you are visiting, then just go ahead and visit the info booth. And what they'll do over there is put a little sticker on the back of your parking that shows that you qualify for the kama'aina rate. And so the food vendors and restaurants here are happy to support the Prince Lot Hula Festival. And we send a big mahalo to them.
Now that word kama'aina, we use it quite frequent. Of course, if you have a state ID, whatever, you can get a kama'aina discount. Take it if you can. But just to paint a little picture of what kama'aina really means, kama is a reference to a child, and correct me if I'm wrong, and aina speaks to our land, so a child of the land. So kama'aina literally speaking someone who's born and raised in Hawaii. You don't necessarily need to be Hawaiian. If you are born from this place and you're a native of this space, that's what kama'aina really refers to.
Ai pololei.
So when you go around and I will share this, and it's all for education because it was here in Waikiki and for a lot of our visitors. There was one time Ha'alilio and I, we're hula brothers, so we were dancing at the Ilikai Hotel once, and we just finished the show, and this lady came running. I have no idea where she came from. She just ran up to me, and I'm still huffing and puffing coming off of the stage, and she has a state ID, and she's, look, I'm a Hawaiian now. And I'm like, oh. Okay, wait, let me explain to you something really fast, but I'm going to try to be nice. But I think that is part of our responsibility, is when we find a moment to be an educator, then we should all be able to fill that role and educate, and not just point fingers, but also explain why. Or not just to say no and not explain, but I think the whole point is a lot of our visitors are very, they're truly interested and maybe just don't know, they need to be guided, or maybe they just don't know who to ask. So I feel that it's all a part of our kuleana to share that as well.
I have to say, I have no recollection of that happening. But
you were huffing and puffing too, trying to catch your own breath.
I must have been. More better you than me having to explain that. But I have gotten the mata.
The mata.
To signal that our next halau is ready. Brother, you want to introduce the next group for us?
So please put your hands together, make a warm welcome for Halau Malua Ki'iwailehua and Kumuhula Juana Torres Kahele.
Ue kalani kanua o pihonua e o la hanai mana. Pa mai ke alohonua, ke kilau e a hu mai ka pu e o makani puonua kau. Iho mai ke ki ohu ohu, ia kolea, kahi pine pine o na manuka maina. I he mai ka waipu hau a kane. O ha veve o he hila ulu kau ka peke keu o lau a mue mue. Lupa lupa nu holani. Ko puhi punia e kana hele hele. O hu pinu kalani kalei ava puhi puate aloha e. He vehi ke aloha pai uahana, hili no mai, hili no mai, hili no mai te tahua o mali o, hili no mai tahia te aloha, ama aku ka pana ka ipu, manahi apua lehi a mio mio lai. Wakale vai ka haawai, apela no ka mea a hilu hilu lai. O e tahi mea I aloha ia. He vehi te aloha pai uahana, hili no mai, hili no mai, hili no mai te tahua o mali o, hili no mai tahia ke aloha, ama aku ka pana ka ipu, manahi I apua lehi a mio mio lai. Wakale vai ka haawai, apela no ta mea a hilu hilu lai. O e kahi mea I aloha ia, o ka iheli no ia kau ke ha, o ka mea aiva o na hulu e leua e. He alaia vai no pai uahana, ka ewe kapua ka na po ana ka la. Hili no mai tani suosan, yanilu ni puvalu hapa. Hili no mai kaliko huaka, o kaliko huaka o kamana. Hili no mai tani suosaleva, na hulu ni puvalu hapa. Hili no mai kaliko huaka, o kaliko huaka o kamana. Ehelai, ehelai. Ai he inoa no Kailani.
Akalu no pio nua tahi ara iu e ta mai ne o te a miula na punia e ta manu holani. Nā haunu lau a mue mue me taua hei lau o kau kau hoi a mai la nā ka wawui puare. Akalu no pio nua tahi ara iu e ta mai ne o te ala miula na hia ai mahanu holani. Nā kaunu lau a mue mue me kaua hei lau o kau kau hoi a mai la nā ka wapui puare. O mai o wailu mai humulai ki kai palau kalana no pepe tahi ata mo paele o runa. O ili mai ka maka o puhonu i ke au lalahi wau nui kua i ke nui a o puhala i me taimu o hina te ahi. O mai o wailu mai humulai ki kai palawa kalana no pepe tahi ata mo paele o runa. O ili mai ka maka o puhonu i ke au lalahi wau hinu kulua i ke nui i a o puhala i me kai mo hina ke ahi. Ana ui a kolea ke kuna manu o ka uka iu, ke kumu wai a kane, he wai haa kuna manu e a mama ui a kuka wai pāpuni a wai o wai ale, e a punei honei o mukuli. Alna ui a kolea ke kuna manu o ka uka iu, ke kumu wai a kane, he wai haakula manu e a mama ui ke aku i ke luna ka wai pālu a puni hi o wai ale, e a honei honei o mukui. I ke kona le mai la ka papale kaua o ke pua, te lau oha hi pea kauluhe, he lei haili aloha i ke ia no e ke ali i wahine. Tā pu o puhi mai o le pua tau te ha o pi o nua I ke kona le mai la ka papalele kau o ke pua. Tā oha hi pea kauluhe, he le haili aloha i ke ia no e ke ali wahine. Tā pu o puhi mai o le pua tau te ha o pi o nua Aka uku wa wino hoai la ho'olo noi ka ue a ka wai o hanawi e i ke kahe holo mali e. Ke nā kulu mai la o a kaka, he hoa pili mai ka uka. A mau ka leo ke ka huli e, ka kole a me ka ave iu. Nau e ka honu e ia ka mae, e ia o pele ma hope. Ho o huli a ke ka hua e, ua e naga wahine o ka lua. Malihini o pele I ka aina e, he aina hua vai no kama. Mai wai lukua o hilawe e, ua puna I ka pau mauia. He mele he inoa te ia, no kama o pele o talua. Ho ino e ke kapu I ka uku e, ho me ku I ka vau no kama. no kama o pele o ka lua. Hoi no e ke kapu I ka uku e ho me ku I ka wau no kama. Aloha e, aloha no, aloha hoi ka wahine o puna. Aloha no ka leini o lopua poluru e. Aloha hoi ka pilina ke aloha. Aloha e, aloha no, aloha e. Okay, aloha mai kako. Mahalo for being here and joining us today. And most importantly, mahalo for coming into Waikiki. Because I know how tiring that can be. Just a thought. My name is Kumukuana Torres Kahele. The ladies and the gentlemen that you've seen performing are my guys and gals of Halau Malua Ki'i Waile Hua. Mahalo. And a little bit about some of the performances that you just seen, the kahiko. The opening kahiko that we did was a mele called Hevehi Ke Aloha Paiu, which is a mele that I wrote some years ago while visiting, where was I in the mainland? One day I'll remember where I went. But until that time, I wrote this song because, that chant, because I was introduced to some of the royalty class of the Paiute people, the Indian people up in wherever that place was that I went. But one of their children, yeah, it's it's close over there. What is that other place next to Vegas? Reno, that's where it was. And so one of those ali'i, po'e ali'i that I had met, their daughter took one of my classes because she has an affinity for hula and the kahakai. And so she was such a beautiful girl, and I had written that mele because she had touched my heart. So that song is entitled Hevehi Ke Aloha Paiu, which was the first kahiko you saw. The second mele that we performed was a chant called Akaluna o Pi'ihonua. Pi'ihonua is a humble little village on the island of Hawaii in the Hilo district. It's actually where I was born and raised, and so I wrote that mele as a means to honor my home. But that's a mele inoa, Akaluna o Pi'ihonua, that was written for Po'omaikealani, ka Po'oloku, who was the sister of Queen Kapi'olani. And Po'omaikealani was born in Pi'ihonua. So when you come from a small little humble place and you find out that an ali'i just so happens to have been born in the same place as you, it gives you a sense of pride knowing that. And so I had composed that mele, Akaluna o Pi'ihonua, to honor that ali'i. And last but not least, the co-ed number that you saw was called Akauku. And that was a mele that was composed by the late and great Auntie Edith Kanakaole. And it speaks of the tale, the loving tale or the lover's tale of both Pele and Kamapua'a. It started off lovingly, but at the end, well, somebody got the boot. Which is something we all can relate to, yeah? Well, not all of us, some of us. Well, right now, you saw the guys and the gals. Right now, I'm going to bring out our gracious ladies. They're going to take you to Puna, Hawaii, with this mele that we're going to do entitled Aloha Waha'ula. Waha'ula, although we can be remembered via song today, is no longer a place that exists as it was covered by the 1983 lava flow in Kalapana. And so with this mele, we're able to really relive and retrack some of the footsteps of the composer. And so as the ladies make their way to the stage, I'd like to humbly introduce them. These are my gracious ladies of Halau Malua Ki'i Vai Lehua, doing for you Aloha Waha Ula. Here we go. Aloha Waha Ula, Aui ke kai. gracious ladies of Halau Malua Ki'i Vai Lehua and their mele of choice, Aloha Waha'ula. You know, a little bit about that song, Waha'ula. It's a song that was composed by the late Mamatina Ka'apana. So if you don't know that name, but you recognize the Ohana name, Ka'apana, she was the mother of the famed Ledward and Nedward Ka'apana from the group Hui Ohana. They all hail from Kalapana, and the mele Aloha Waha'ula actually talks about when she was growing up there in Kalapana. And so all that time spent away, she lived here in Oahu in her later years. And she wrote this song as a means of reliving the good old bygone days. And so the mele talks about all those places that she used to visit as a kid. And it's very endearing that at the end, she says, Haina ia mai ana kapuana no na kekia o Kehao. And she says, this is the end of my story, for we are the children of Kehao. And it's so loving because it talks about her and all her cousins, and they are the children. They all share the same grandmother, Kehao. And so that is Aloha Waha'ula. This next mele, we're going to have good fun. This is my kane, and although I wish I had all of them, I got to take what I can get.
Yeah, they look pretty good.
These are the gentlemen of Halau Malua Ki'iwai Lehua. And they're going to do for you a song, a good fun song, and this one's called Ku'uipo Ona Ona. Ahea wale o e kualohala, e ia mai au ke kalinela, mai lohi mai o e ku'uipola, e ala wiki mai o mai au ke kalinea, mai lohi mai o e ku'uipola, e ala wiki mai o o e no ka ui mana o aila, e mea nui o e nā kabui waila, haoli au I ko leo nahe la, ka leo me ke he mea nui no e nā kapu waila, haoli au I ko leo nahe la, ko leo me ke aloha. Ka puni aku au puni tā honu ala, ai kei kanani o na mua like ole, ole no e like mai ne oe, me ku'uipo na ai kei kanani o na mua like ole, a ole no e like mai ne ove, e ku'uipo na ona. Haina ia mai ana ka puanala, hei ia mahi au ke kalinela, mai lohi mai o e ku'uipola, he ala wiki mai o ia mai ana ka puanala, ia mai au ke kalinela, mai lohi mai o e ku'uipola, e ala wiki mai o
That's the way to do it, boys.
Hey. Yeah. That was good. Right on, guys. Woohoo.
Oh, good. Okay. I'm very nervous about this next number. Let me just put it right out over there. So good luck to me. Thank you.
And you know, this is the perfect time to get those feelings off your chest. So if you regret something right now, now's a good time.
Oh, there's plenty.
You know, I want to take this moment really fast to mahalo the gentlemen on the stage with me. You might recognize them, you know. So I'm going to start with the guy on the piano.
Okay.
My pal, my confidant. This is the dearest Mr. Kumu extraordinaire. You name it. He crochets. He does handiwork.
Yes.
All kind. Plumbing. Yeah.
Clean windows.
Clean windows.
Yeah.
This is Kumuhula Robert Uluvehi
Aloha,
Kazamero.
everybody. Nice to have you all here today in this hot but beautiful weather.
And stay tuned, because his halau na Kamalei o Lililehua are right after us.
Oh no, please go shopping.
And then, of course, who could forget the gentleman on the ukulele? He is Pauoa Valley's own, if not the gem of Pauoa. This is Mr. Kaipo Hale.
Hi, aloha, everybody. Happy Prince Lot to you all.
And you know, it's a funny thing. I had actually reserved my band, and I gave them time, place, date, and everything. And about 2 days ago, I had sent them a text and said, "Hey, you know what? This is the shirt we're gonna use for Friday." And they said, "Oh, some early? Yeah, you let us know." I said, "Well, not any earlier than usual." And he said, "Whoa, okay, well, okay." So what we wear? I said, "We're gonna use this shirt for this Friday." He goes, "This Friday? What do you mean this Friday?" I said, "Prince Lot. Yeah, we have Prince Lot on the calendar for Friday, July 18th, 2027. I'm like, "What?" And then suddenly I hate them and they were fired. And so if you know me and my band well, I constantly fire them. And for some strange, odd reason, they oddly show up to all my gigs. I don't know why. Anyway, this next mele I'm going to introduce is a song that I wrote that takes you back to my hometown, to the rainy town of Hilo. These are my ladies of Halau Malua Ki'iwai Lehua, sporting their lehua's best.
I like to call them Kuana's Beauties.
Yes, and a little bird told me that they have earned the name Kuana's Beauties from Ilau Kahula. And I said, they gotta earn the B. So for now, they're just K. They're gonna do for you a song that I wrote. It's a Hapa Haole number entitled Hilo Nani'e. And we're gonna give it a go. So once again, my ladies of Halau Malua Ki'iwai Lehua, doing for you My Hilo Nani'e. My heart returns to Hilo, my hour of fantasies. My heart returns to Hilo, to bask in your emerald seas, your moonlit skies above are a heavenly vision, with the glow of Kilauea, one recalls the Lehua music plays. Every time it rains in Hilo, my isle of make-believe, I'll return to my Hilo, where the hummingbird sings to me. Just wait for me, I'll return to you, my Hilo, Hilo Nani'e. My heart returns to Hilo, my hour of fantasy. My heart returns to Hilo, to bask in your emerald seas, your moonlit skies above are a heavenly vision, with the glow of Kilauea, one recalls the Lehua music the ladies of Halau Malua Ki'iwai Lehua Mai Hilo Nani E. Boom.
Yes. I did. I tried. You got it. Yeah. You could hear it. Yeah. You like take them out and put it back in again. Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait. Now it's working. Yeah. Oh yay! I'm so sorry.
No.
You want to do it again?
No. Please don't make me do it again.
Okay.
You know, my gracious class, in any halau, and probably every halau, the gracious class is probably the most kolohe, the most good fun. They bring all kind diabetic goods. Yeah, they're really trying to kill you. I really think that's what they're trying to do. But you know, recently they're getting better because now they bring in a little bit more health conscious kind stuff, yeah?
Like
And-
what?
Huh? Well, like donuts.
I'm coming to that class.
Yeah. All kind no good stuff, but they are really good fun. And once in a while, when you look to the side of the table, get one dark colored bottle with a dark colored water inside. You just never really know what they're gonna bring. But at this time, it's my pleasure to bring the gracious class back to the stage. They're going to do one good fun song that takes us back to or keeps us on the island of Hawaii, but going to take us to the west side of the island of Hawaii, to a place called Kona, or along the Kona coast, to a very beautiful oasis within the lava fields. And this place being called Keawaiki. And, you know, of all the versions out there, there is no other Keawaiki better than the gentleman on the piano. His recording is the best version. And so we do for you this song composed by Helen Deshay Beamer, a song entitled Keawaiki. And gracious class, we're going to do them just a tad slower, just so you can get the hooky in the hip, yeah?
There we go.
Okay, here we
5,
go.
6, 7, 8.
Avaiki. Beautiful. You know, Wahine class gotta earn the B. Thank you, gracious ladies. Please make your way graciously off the stage.
Gracious being the operative word.
Well, at this moment, we're going to invite the gents back up to the stage. They're going to do for you another fun song. You know, the previous song they did was a song called Ku'uipo Nauna, which is the lover's song. It's a really good fun on that one. But this next melee is a song entitled Hula o Kahui Ka'awai, a.k.a. Fireman's Hula. And you know, if you watch, there's always a fire that needs to be put out. Leave it to my gents. Although they might be a little slow getting there, they'll quench the fire. Okay, boys, let's do this. Once again, the gentlemen of Halau Malua Ki'iwaile who are doing for you a number entitled The Fireman's Hula.
Count us up.
Nakaele miki miki anana e kalave lilo Nakaele miki miki anana e kalave lilo
Kaulana e kaui ka'awai e o kahelu e kahi me kamiki oi e Kaulana e kaui ka'awai e o kahelu e kahi me kamiki oi e Makanie Kekanie Hamai e kapele Ameka ele oe Huana kamakanie Alohe mua he Ina hua he lue E kiko Alohe mua e ina hua he lue He kiki ko vai na o ke kauna e E o he kaheke Me na hua palama kauna una e Kamiki oi e o ka puana e ho olo e mai anaka ele ua miki miki hanana e kalave lilo anaka ele ua miki miki hanana e kalave lilo
Hey! Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, very nice in red. I love it.
Coincidentally, they're wearing the red shirt that signifies the fire within.
Ah, the fire. Beautiful.
Well, we have one more song to share with you folks. And before we do our last mele and bring out the next halau, Halau na Kamale o Lili Lehua under the direction of Kumu Robert Uluvehi Casimiro and his gents, We're going to do this last and final song to bring the ladies back to the stage. The mele of choice is a song that was penned by the gentleman on the ukulele. And this mele is a beautiful number entitled Puemelia ala Onauna. And Kaipo, can you vehe
Sure.
ili ke kahi mana o pili ana ke ia mele?
He can know. So I am from Pauoa Valley, right between Nu'uanu and Papakolea and Makiki. Born and raised in Pauoa, so I'm a very proud native of that area. In the area when we were growing up, there were a lot of beautiful plumeria trees growing in our yard and in the cemetery as well. And because of my love for this yellow plumeria, which is the hula dancer's flower, it's the graveyard flower. It is beloved by so many that this song was penned several years ago to pay tribute to the beauty and the simplicity of the Puemelia.
And we'd like to take this time to let the police and the ambulance go by so that you may enjoy the beauty.
Yeah.
Give it a moment.
There you go. There's your moment.
Okay. Well, that was short. Shorter than I thought. We'd like to dedicate this mele to one of our dearest pal, friend. We love her so much, who's out there in the audience. Goof. Goof, this is for you. We love you.
Love you, Goof.
Goof. For you, honey. Ho henone kupoli no kau I maoli o ia pua so lovely kaulu vehi ua melia ala ona
Ikanani a o make a gentle breeze, mapua, kapua ua ko ia, kuile a lava no kaipo.
Ma kalapua mele mele kaulana I ka lehule my darling pua makamai ka ini a ka puai
E mauna ke aloha, never fading beauty o ka aina, ka ua pili ka manao, ua paano na kaua kau.
e a ka puana nei kau I maoli o ia pua so lovely kaulu vehi ua melia ala o na ia ka puana nei
No ka uhi maoli
o ia pua so lovely kaulu vehi ua melia ala o na
ka ini a ka puwai.
my darling pua
From all of us to all of you, mahalo anui on behalf of Halau Malua Ki Iwai Lehua, the wahine, the kane, and the gracious ladies, and myself. Mahalo nui, and stay tuned for our next halau.
Yay! Yay! You gonna stay with us? Thank you. Okay.
You,
my stuff.
Yeah.
I'll be here for Hanalei.
Okay, because the boys got to set up this one. Hele mai. O ma kau kau. Gucci, you saw. Yeah. You like this plug in? Yeah. I forgot they gotta set up.
Is that you, Louis?
Could we be here? I forgot they gotta set up. And then you think? Where is Richie, where's Caliber? Where's Caliber? Oh, getting the guitar.
Eka Ohana, let's give a nice round of applause again for Halau Malua Ki'iwai Lehua under the direction of Kumuhula Kuana Torres Kahele.
It is so beautiful when the voice is just so complementary to the dance. It's so soothing. And we are in store. If you like that, much more beautiful voices and hula to come. How are you guys doing? I know it's starting to get much cooler out there. You guys enjoying it so far? We have about 4 more halau to go for the rest of the evening. Gosh, this is going by quite quickly. But again, this is just part 1, so you're going to have to come back and enjoy part 2, which will be tomorrow, same hours. So this will be starting at 2 o'clock, and we will be going all the way to the same time.
I've never worn a creation by Master Laymaker.
I never did either.
You know, he's a kumuhula, he's a musician, he's a hakumele, he's a vocalist, award-winning vocalist, and also a very lucrative, a very talented laymaker. And so this is the first time I'm wearing a Kuana Torres Kahele creation. I will never forget this day.
Yeah, can we start this from the beginning one more time, and we'll just do it all over to have this lay on. That's beautiful. Thank you very much. That's one of the beautiful things. You know, for those who may not be so intertwined with the hula community, everybody knows everybody. So it's really nice when one halau or one kumu or one group of people really do support and share their aloha with everybody else as well. So we are going to get started. We have so much more to go.
As you folks have heard and been enjoying the musical stylings of these Nahoku Hanohano award-winning musicians, not even leaving the stage. They both played for the last group. They're both going to stay on for the next group. Eka Ohana, Kako Ika Pa'ipa'i Lima. Another warm round of applause for Mr. Robert Uluvehi Casimero and Mr. Kaipo Hale, assisting Kuana here on stage. I was telling Brother Kamaka earlier, there's a famous Olelo no Eau, if you folks might have heard it. It's 3 words, Hilo Palu La'i. Hilo Palu La'i. It is originally meant to actually ridicule the people of Hilo. Hilo Palu La'i loosely translates to Hilo of the tea leaf liquors. La'i, of course, being tea leaf. You might ask, why would the people of Hilo lick La'i? Why would they be licking tea leaf? It's supposed to ridicule them and mock them for eating crumbs, being beggars, and coming in after the feast is pau, and scavenging on whatever is left. But what I love about this group, this halau Malua Ki'iwai Lehua, hailing from Hilo, Kuana's hometown, is that they've turned this ridicule, this insult, into a source of pride. As you folks saw on stage, the wahine, the kupuna, the kane were beautifully bedecked in la'i.
You see those ropes around their waist? It was beautiful.
All kinds of hilo, la'i that was hilo ia, twisted, la'i that was haku ia, braided onto a backing, in all different ways. And of course, that's thanks to their master lay maker, Kumuhula Kuana Torres Kahele.
Yes, and there are so many styles of hula. You know, just to touch upon that, but continuing just to give a little mahalo, and this will all connect, but continuing the list of mahalos, UH Music Department, Defense Security Alliance, Royal Order of Kamehameha, mahalo to Hula Grill, Pa'i Foundation, Native Hawaiian Hospitality Association, and Aloha Authentic. And on Aloha Authentic, we were able to speak with another master lay maker, Uncle Bill Char, and he was able to share all the different traditional styles of making lay. And if you didn't know that there are many different styles, first of all, you know when we have a lei on our head, similar to this lei that we would wear on our head, we would typically I think say, oh, we're going to wear a hakule, or I'm wearing a hakule. But did you know that's actually not the most appropriate way to say that, because haku is an actual style of making the lei. When you put a lei on your head is po'o. So in Hawaiian, the descriptive words always come after the noun. So in this sense, the lei on your head, or lei po'o. So anytime you're wearing some type of lei on your head, instead of going quickly to say, oh, you're wearing a hakule, just maybe think what type of style that lei is. And if you don't know, that's an opportunity to learn something new. And if you don't know where to go to alohaAuthentic.org and click on Uncle Bill Char's episode. See what I did there?
Shameless plugs happening here on stage at Kalewa Lanai Royal Hawaiian Center. I have gotten the signal that our next halau is ready to take the stage. No leila e ka ohana kokua mai. Please join me in bringing to the stage with a warm and welcoming round of applause under the direction of Kumuhula Robert Casimiro. Here is Halau na Kamale o Lili Lehua.
Mahalo nui, gentlemen. Aloha, everybody. We are very, it's hot. Let's just talk about that, okay? It is hot, and thank you for being here today, but we're going to try and make it a little bit more comfortable by singing you some great music and some nice dancing as well. So on behalf of me, and I call them Bob's guys, this is Rich on the bass, my best friend Kai Pohale here. This is one of my students and graduates. This is Kiala Chalk. At one time, all three guys danced for my school, and we are happy to be here today to celebrate Prince Lot. So, if you're all ready, aloha mai kako e ma kau kau no. Let's hit it.
Kau ka o pao Kana hele ulu vale Aliko ka lehua Ka ua i ka pina Ka ulu vehi vehi o pao Nui mai ka ua i kauka Ka mulu e ka ili e kea Taua i ka pina I ka ulu vehi vehi o aua Anui mai tauka I chauka A pula me ka ili ke atu Ahia ai ke honi apu Ai ka wapuhi ona E moani mai I ke ahe ahe
Well, come on, boys, let's get in line, cause we're gonna do it and do it fine. All set, all set, all set, be back. Hey, ya, my, oh, hey, ah, hey, ah, baili hini, hey, ah, hey, ah, kei keo kau ka, hey, ah, hey, ah, laila, hey, ah, hey, ah. Hey, ya, my, oh, hey, ah, hey, ah, baili hini, hey, ah, hey, ah, kei keo kau ka, hey, ah, hey, ah, laila, hey, ah, hey, ah. Pakele aku kawahine hui a e a e a pe kui ke kai e a e a
pakele aku ka wahine hiula a me kui ke kai Ike I kanani a o pana Pui ai ke ala a o ka mai Ai ke I kanani o pana Pui ai ke ala a o ka mai Yuka Iuka o pana he nani o ke ike aku Kumai ka pua ali no he ala lei ka maka e ake au ai ke ai ka ule mua a o mana ai ke I ka nani ka lehua honi malihine au e kualoha Ai ke I ka nani o ka lehua honi ai ke ala me kualoha Ai na ka puana hapai likini keiki o kauka Laila Ai na Power Boys Ai na ka puana hapai likini keiki o kauka Laila Laila
We're happy to be here. Aloha. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Robert Casimiro, and I have a great opportunity to teach these gentlemen that are dancing for you this very afternoon. We're here for just a few minutes, and then we're going to go party. So we're looking forward to that. But until that happens, songs that deal with our islands that we love very, very much, and this song in particular, anybody who is a dancer when it comes to the art of dancing hula, in expressing everything we hear, see, smell, taste, touch, and feel, then you're going to know that Maki'ailana is definitely one of those songs. So, shall we go for a little boat ride to the island out there? We'll meet, we'll talk, we'll have libations, and we'll let whatever happens, happen. It is always a great pleasure when we perform that I can mention the name of my teacher. Her name was Mikey Ayu Lake, and I feel very fortunate that I happen to be one of her graduates from Halau Hula o Maiki. She, many years ago, had visited the island of Kauai, which to this day is my most favorite island. And well, actually, what happened was she was supposed to go but couldn't, and instead sent her dancers. When they returned to Honolulu from Kauai, they brought with them gifts that really talk about the island of Kauai in particular. Different types of foods, certain beautiful Hawaiian lei, and the loving aloha from the island itself. And so she wrote this song that we're going to sing for you at this time. And we have one of the dancers, one of my dancers, that actually graduated from my hula sister, Leina Alahaini Kalama. Sky is one of several graduates from her school. And so, ohea oi. Ah. This is a hula sister to my guys. And this is a song written by my teacher. Mokihana Puao Kauai Vilia Me kamai me lauli Mai le lili he ui Ona ona He aloha Yaoi me amu me oe I ka puha o Kauai Luana Ho'okipa Malihi Puana Kaulana Kainoa o Kauai Aheo Enani hiva hiva Luana Ho'okipa Malihi Puana Kainoa o Kauai Aheo Enani hiva Beauty no eka Auhe avale anoe E kapua lili lehua Ahei po heno heno E hohi ai no kamana Auhe Auhe avale anoe E kapua lili lehua Ahei po heno heno E hohi ai no kamana Yahweh Yahweh Inanani o ka ina e ano lau manei e kaliana i kou hoi mai. E alava mai hoi hoe i nei a mau ma ka ona ona e mau ma ka poina ole e ka palili ai kou puwai. Hilo pa. Hilo pa ia ke aloha i ka lino hilo pa malu a ohe mea e he moai mea u ohe a maoloa. Sky, Haina. Haina Jensen. And so we sing this song that was written for my teacher, comparing her to the rain goddess of Palolo, a song written by her husband for her, saying that you are the love of my life, that there will be never anything will tear us apart, and you shall remain precious to me. Hanaho Sky. Gentlemen, no ka pua lili lehua tahe iko e noheno e hohi ai no ka manao e hohi ai no ka manao. E o e ka ukumu o ia hoi o Maiki Ayu Lake. Hoi. I'm going back to Kauai. I'm going back to her shores. I'm going back to Kauai. All that I long for is yours. Rivers that flow from the mountains, warm golden sands by the sea, over the winds of the ocean. Hanalei, beautiful Hanalei, magical Hanalei calls to me. We welcome back to the stage my friend, my pal. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm calling Kuana Taurus Kahele. And with him, the ladies of Halau Kano'eau. Ladies, please feel free to take the stage. I'm just going to do something silly until you're all set. You ready, Kuana? When you see Hanalei mai mulai, you will be in heaven by the sea. top, please, ladies. When you see these ladies and gentlemen, come from Halau Kano'eau. Their teacher is my hula brother as well. These stylings are of our kumu. The movement of the hands, the gentleness of sway. To feel the breeze. To hear the whispering sea. Honolulu is truly a magical place. Shall we all sing? Come on, come on. Honolulu, you ready? Honolulu. Yep, come on, let's do it. Honolulu. Come on back there. Is lightning, beloved, Kauai. Honolulu. Taurus and all of you and the ladies of Halau Kano'eau. Mahalo, ladies. The lovely ladies of MP Pang. Gorgeous, gorgeous my ho'ikau, I tell you. Well, our time has come to an end and we're gonna go party. We hope you will too. So, yeah, come on up, you guys. Charlie. We are in the key of Charlie.
Charlie.
Yeah.
All the way through.
All the way C, I think so, yeah. You guys, can some of you face this way? Because there are people over here too. Yeah, yeah, good, yeah. Okay, good. And then Harish, you can go over there. And you guys can face over there. You guys face over here. Katie, face that way because, you know, they want to see. So, you know, I've been teaching. This is my 51st year of teaching. And I have gone through quite a few dances. Some of them were really good. Some were really shitty. And so, I had to get rid of them. But today, I only bought the real good ones for you all. So, yeah, I know, and you're welcome because you know why? They're also the partiers. So when this is done, if you want to know where the party is, it's right over there. So have yourselves a very happy Prince Lot Friday and Saturday. And we ready, boys? Hi. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? Hema ino kalani ha'u ha'u e, oka hoa nuku ha'u ha'u e. Hema ino kalani ha'u ha'u e, ino io kalani ha'u ha'u e. Kapai na olo ha'u ha'u e, na olo kahuki ha'u ha'u e. Kapai na olo ha'u ha'u e, na olo kapuki ha'u ha'u e. Iluna Iluna e oe ha'u ha'u e, ma iluna loa e ha'u ha'u e. Iluna e ha'u ha'u e, ma iluna loa e ha'u ha'u e. Charlie. Ilalo i ho e ha'u ha'u e, ma ilalo loa i ho ha'u ha'u e. Ilalo i ho e ha'u ha'u e, ilalo loa i ho ha'u ha'u e. Haina tau ma'i ha'u ha'u e, hama'i nui o kalani ha'u ha'u e. Haina tau ma'i ha'u ha'u e, hama'i nui o kalani. O punui teve teve, a ta'amai ana teve teve. Ai talani teve teve, ko e o teve teve. You got it, boy. Oh. This is a song that teases a Hawaiian boy called a young lady sees a Hawaiian boy going by, compares a certain part of his body to that of a goby fish, sometimes pointing towards the sky, and other times dragging on the ground.
O punui teve teve, pa'ai salima teve teve, teve teve, tu pa'anei teve teve.
She decides, the shiakro, to catch the goby fish in her hands, not realizing it would squirm around so much, bucking her from side to side. This was no ordinary fish. This is the censored verse that says, "Oh, goby fish. Oh, goby fish. Oh my goodness, goby fish. Save the whales, oh, goby fish." Oh, punui teve teve, akahelea e oe teve teve, o he moa anei, a teve teve ma'ale a taua teve teve. Then he tells her, "Thank you, but now you must leave. We have come apart, and I have so many others to keep happy." And in the immortal words of my teacher, next. Ainaho, boys. O punui teve teve, akahelea e oe teve teve. Oh, wait. That wasn't a good one. Let's do it again one more time. A 5, 6, 7, and O punui teve teve, akahelea. Yeah, that was better. O hemo ane, ha'aolea taua teve teve, teke teke teve teve teve, teke teke teve. We gotta go. Aloha, everybody. Yeah.
E ka ohana halau na kamale o lili lehua.
Pa'i lima kako.
Umuhula Robert Uluvehi Casimero, bringing their classical, unforgettable, historical hula stylings to the stage at the Prince Lot.
There's only one person who will stop the halau in the middle of the song to correct something to make it better and try again.
With the expert translation of Teve Teve, goby fish, save the whales, oh goby fish. That's all you need to know about that mele. Mahalo e halau na kamale o lili lehua.
It is getting to be much more comfortable here, so hopefully you guys are enjoying yourself. And for those who maybe have been standing the whole time, feel free to come out and have a seat. We still have space over here, and I want to also welcome all of you to the Lota Lounge. And those who are in the Lota Lounge, aloha to all of you back there. There seems to be much more space next to some drinks, so if you guys are interested, head back over there. And once more, aloha to our online YouTube and Facebook on OEVTV live, stream living across the world. So aloha to all of you guys as well.
Oh yes, you folks watching in virtual land. Want to remind you folks, Lota Lounge, where there are adult beverages, is open. The latest of all of the festivities happening here at Prince Lot. The lounge is open till 10 p.m. tonight, because
10 p.m.
We gotta wait until we pull work.
The hula performances, at least the show, will be coming to an end at around 8 o'clock, same time for tomorrow evening. But again, Lota Lounge will stay open for a couple more hours after that.
We see our next halau preparing to take the stage. But I just want to say what I'm struck by most just on the first day of the 49th annual Prince Lot Hula Festival, what makes me happy, what I won't forget, besides this lei that Kuana gave to us.
We're falling asleep with this on our neck tonight.
Is I am so happy to see Hawaiians in Waikiki.
Ew. Because
it's a rare event nowadays. Hawaiians and locals being in Waikiki for this event is really, really special. So
it's really amazing when you start to learn about the history of this space, how much more attractive it could be. Just the name alone, for those who may not know, Waikiki can be broken up into 2 words. But just know, first of all, not all Hawaiian words you can break apart, but some you can. And in this sense, we can break it into Wai, which is fresh water, and that's opposite to the ocean water that we jump in to go swimming. That would be kai. Wai, and then the word kiki is the action of spouting like a spring. So when we say the name Waikiki, we're literally saying freshwater springs. But if we were to look around this space today, you won't necessarily see freshwater springs unless you know what you're looking for. If you're in the ocean, does anybody know the feeling when you're in the water and you're acclimated to the water temperature, but all of a sudden you get this passing of cold water? Well, that's fresh water. So that's an indicator that somewhere around you is a freshwater spring. And there are many freshwater springs that remain in the shoreline of Waikiki, some preventing coral from forming. For example, if you head down to Kaimana Beach, you have Kapua Channel that heads out. Kapua Channel remains a channel because there are freshwater springs within the channel, and the fresh water prevents coral from forming. So did you know? Now you do.
Now I do.
Hey!
Mahalo.
So
And
see,
just-
when you learn stuff like that, then it becomes much more attractive. And for me, I want to know.
And the place name just maps onto the land, how many natural resources existed, hopefully still exist in this place, that we are just really privileged to be here tonight for the Prince Lot Hula Festival. I want to say a big aloha to, speaking of Hawaiian music legends joining us here
Oh,
on
I see
stage.
the Nanti here. I just never called her out.
I know, I'm going to call her out. We want to say a big aloha to Auntie Goofy.
Aloha, Auntie.
Marlene Sai is in the house. Aloha mai.
Aloha. And aloha to all of you others that are out there as well.
I'm also seeing Monty McCumber, Cultural Director here at the Royal Hawaiian Center.
He
Mahalo,
look-
Monty,
he
for
looks
having
lost
us.
right now. Give him something to do.
And the Prince Lot Hula Festival, of course, the name of this wonderful, fabulous event can be, how about this? Photobomb your selfies. If you folks go to the back by the Lota Lounge, those big sparkly letters spelling out Prince Lot Hula Festival.
That is pretty cool. That's
That
a
is
first.
pretty cool. I
You know-
haven't seen that before.
No, that's the first time here. So you use it, and I know we also have hashtags you want to use. So put in hashtag Prince Lot Hula Festival 2026, tag Royal Hawaiian Center, because it has again taken many different companies, organizations, and hands to make this such a huge success so far.
Speaking of the virtual space, we have, sponsored by the Moanalua Gardens Foundation, there's a survey online happening. And if you complete the survey, you have a chance of winning a free festival t-shirt as well as a festival program. We will get you the website momentarily.
The website is it's MGF as in Moanalua Gardens Foundation, mgfhawaii.org. And if you go on there, click on program, and then you'll see the survey there. Again, if you do the survey throughout the rest of the evening, we'll be calling out names from those who have done it, and then you get something for free. And we always want something for free.
Yes, love that. So, Eka Ohana, there's only 3 groups left going to take the stage tonight at this first day of the Prince Lot Hula Festival. I see the next two kumu hula setting up behind us.
I also
as-
see your kumuhula on the list, so then that makes me question, when are you dancing? I figured I'd throw him under the bus before somebody else does.
How about you? When are you going to dance? That's for you to ask and nobody to know.
Nobody to know. But we are in store for so much more. Again, tomorrow we're going to be starting this at the same time. Free parking again. Make sure you come down, spend some things, get your validation, and we'll have a whole nother day full in store. And as we're waiting for some more, for our next halau, I want to just kind of share more mo'olelo about this space, because this is, again, it's an amazing thing to see Hawaiians coming in and holding this space. In Waikiki, there are so many different things to speak about and so many things that we may not even be aware of. For example, did you know today we may all know Honolulu as the capital, but Waikiki served as the capital and the government, the seat of government here on Oahu for nearly 400 years. And if we know where the Moana Hotel is, the Moana Hotel used to be the residence for one of our old chiefs who brought the center of power from the plains of Ewa into Waikiki, and his name was Maili Kukahi. And during this time, this began to be known as the golden age of the time here on Oahu, because there were many different enemies who tried to come and combat the ruling chiefs of that time, and every single one was defeated. So it was known to be such a prosperous moment and time in our era here in Hawaii. And it wasn't until Kamehameha I, who moved the capital from Waikiki into Honolulu. The main reason was because the bay here in Waikiki was too shallow for ships to come in. So he relocated into Honolulu, but Honolulu Harbor also was quite shallow. So if you didn't know that they actually had to dredge out Honolulu Harbor, and a lot of that material that was dredged was then used to fill in a lot of the shoreline. So if you know where Aloha Tower Marketplace is, all of that, that's all landfill. And majority of that landfill came from inside the harbor, which allowed the ships to come closer into shore.
Ah, yes, the artificial south coast of Oahu Nei.
You'd really trip out how much you realize is landfill across all the across not just this island but all the islands. When you
Wow.
start to learn that, then you're like, wow, I'm curious what it used to look like before. I mean, if this was Waikiki, the freshwater springs, this used to be a whole wetland, and there used to be. We would actually right now be sitting in the middle of a stream. There probably wouldn't be any solid land here. There was 3 streams from Waikiki, and where we are was the second stream, and that was known as Apua Kehau, and it split Waikiki in 2 sections. That's why if you go into Helumoa, here at the center, you have a little stream or a pond and a river that is resembling the Apua Kehau stream, which if we went to the ocean, the space in between the Pink Hotel, the Royal Hawaiian Hotel, and the Moana Hotel, that space in between used to be the river mouth. So if you were to go and go play in the ocean at that point, just imagine you used to be in surf spots and surf breaks that we don't even have anymore because the streams are no longer.
The Mulivai, there's a mele written, there's a hula written for that. So you're getting hula, history, culture, language here at the Prince Art Hula Festival. Speaking of hula, I think
Hula,
our
we got
next
that
halau
next, yes. Before we
ready.
go on another tangent, we want to bring in, and we've already seen some of their stage presence, but please make your warm welcome and bring to the stage Halau, Kilipohe na Leile Hua, and Kumuhula, Liko Cook, and Sky Gora.
pono ia nā kapuai. Ka loa a me ka laura hae. Ua ho o lava ia e nā hoa e. E ka nua ululiko a halau. Ua mo halai ke kākahiaka. Uia i ke ala o nā hapua. O nā mapua nā hanu o ka panti. Koko he a ka lihi lihi vele veka. He ai ho oe a i ka lehua. Nā lehua makanoe o lupali. Haina mai e ka puno hue. Pipi o a ke nue nue i hiluna. A oe ana i hoku umake make. He a ka pua poni moho i. Ku upua vai o le ka poina ole. Noho mai i ka malu ho o noe noe. Au he ala oe pura kai e. Koko he a ka pua poni me aloha. Hui ai kena inu ka waleoha. O ulu hai malama o ka malani tina. O ulu hai malama o ka lana kila. Aloha no, I'm Kumuhula Liko Cook, and this is Kumuhula Sky Gora, and we are Halau Kilipohe na Leilehua. Our ladies start off with a mele for Lili'u. It is about a place that's very special to my heart. It's called Uluhai Malama, which is now actually a cemetery. It's actually, I grew up right across the street from it. It talks about that there was once a garden for Lili'u there. And when she was imprisoned in Iolani Palace, her people would go to Uluhai Malama and gather flowers and wrap them in newspapers and take it to her so that she could read about her lahui. The ladies now will do for you Aloha e o Ahu, which Sky will talk about.
Aloha e o Ahu was written by Uluvehi Casimiro, and it talks about his journey around the island of Oahu and his favorite places. Lanihuli, Pu'uloa, and the soft pipipi, the shells that talk to you. Listen, as our ladies do for you. Aloha e Oahu.
Aloha e Oahu o ka kuhiheva, aina ho'ohe no o ka pakipika e. Me oe nu'ua nui ka lau ka velu, rain kili hune hune a olani huli e. Ho'okahi ka mana o ke ku'alono, ohu ohu olo mana me ka laua e. Kono mai e ka leo o nā ho'aloha, e nanea mai i ka nani o ka vela e. Lana vale kukumaka kauma i luna, i ka vehi o ka ala mauna ki e. Viva ole na keiki au i ke kai, na ale o makua i kula i la i ka vela kaumaha a o ewa, ho e haika ili kau ko o hiwi Ava ho ke
kai a o pu'uloa ka pupu kaula nai ka hamauleo ka hehe o ka mele ka huli no hoi ka malulani o moana lua ai ka polia o Honolulu ka home ulu vehi o Mauna Ihi kai manahilai ka pakonane o la lei ke kai o ka lehua vehe Haina ia mai ana ka puana Aloha e o ahu o ka kuhi hewa E ala e ai E o ka kuhi hewa Hoi Our next number that we'd like to tell you about is about the mountain, the highest mountain on this island called Mount Ka'ala. This mele was written by Wayne Chang and Uluvehi Casimiro a long, long time ago, and it's one of our halau's favorite mele. It's one of our favorites because it was choreographed by our kumu, Likos and mine, Leina Ala Kalamahaini, and we just love these motions. Please enjoy Nani Ka'ala. Nani Ka'ala Hemolele Kamahali Kuahi Nani o Ahu Oi Anai Molalei Kahala Alapono Ike Kula Okumanoma No Oi Anai Kamalu O Kauluni He ahi ana I kamakani Au he ai kule Lei kauna oa Kanohi aka pu'uvei Aka pu'uvei Kaulana mai ne O mauna lahi lahi kunihi Lailai kamoana Moana ikanai o lua lua le o Allah o ke kai a ke aloha nani ka Allah he molele I ka mahali e kuahi ni nani o ahu o ai anai molale I ka hala Alapono Ike kula o kumano mano O ai anai Kamalu o kauluni He ahi ana I kamakani Au he ai kule Lei kauna oa Kanohi aka pu'uvei Kaulana mai ne o mauna lahi lahi kunihi I lailai Kamoana nia o lua lua le Mo alo ke kai a ke aloha Mahalo.
Next melody we'd like to do for you talks about a canoe ride to Kauai that our kumu took. And it was her first ride from here to Kauai. It is called Ka'i'ie Loko. It talks about how the stars guided her to get there. And while she was on that canoe, she just couldn't wait to get to Kauai, that the scent of the mokihana was just beckoning her there. Our ladies do for you, Ka'i'ie Loko.
Eia ke komoa e neila, ke kai o ka ie loko, no loko ka mana o e ala ea, e holoa I kaua I e ala ka I polo lei mana o kula, I ke la paia e noi o e, no aina ka makani e ala ea. Hele like o ka ale e ala e a, ale mai o nā leo e. A me aina mā komo pai mai ne, ma ke kai o ka ie loko. Aua lei ho I ke ala moki hana ka I polo lei mana hula. I ke la pai a e noi o e, no aina ka makani e ala e a. Hele like o ka ale e ala e a, ale mai o nā leo e. A me aina mā komo pai mai ne, ma ke kai o ka ie loko. Aua lei ho I ke ala moki hana e ala e.
E mele no hoku lea.
Our next mele, Heloha Nihoa, is honored. It talks about the honoring Nihoa Island, which is uninhabited. It was also where Queen Emma visited at one time when she could. She had visited Nihoa, Ni'ihau, and Kauai, and some of the names that are on in this mele talks about places. One of them is Wailua on Kauai, which talks about the different birthstones that was there. We do for you, Heloha Nihoa.
He aloha Nihoa, I ke kai e hae ha, I ke kapa I ka ehu kai, o ka ula kahi e hae ha. Ho'olono I ka leo ka ohe e hae ha. I ke kani au ngā kani e ka vi e hae ha. A ka uka o pihana ka lani e hae ha. Lohe e kaia o wailua e hae ha. A ole au ma e kumohana e hae ha. E ia au ma I ka hikina e hae ha. He aha o ka vai e ano ai e hae ha. O ka vai au ma o maleka e hae ha. Haina kai noa I lohe ia e hae ha. Li'i wahine o Hawaii e hae ha. Ke kuini e malani o kou inoa e hae hae.
Mahalo. We'd like to thank you for allowing us to be a part of the Prince Lot Festival. Mahalo to, oh my goodness. Mahalo to the Moanalua Gardens and the people, Moana Lua Foundation for Prince Lot, Michael Pili Pang, and all his people. We do our last number. It's called Mai Ka'i Kauai. Now this number goes far back to when we just started Halau, because this is one of the first numbers we learned as a beginning student. So we'd like to share with you Mai Ka'i Kauai.
Mai ka'i kauai he molele kamalie. Mai ka'i kauai he molele kamalie. A kupu ke la ke poa o vai alle alle. A kupu ke la ke poa o vai alle alle. Malo elo e kala au huli mai a o kapalai. Malo elo e kala au huli mai a o kapalai. Oa oa la wana hulu oa e na ika makani. Oa oa la wana hulu oa e na ika makani. O mai e kalani te ali he inoa. O mai e kalani te ali he inoa. E ala e ah
Again, mahalo for allowing us to be a part of the Prince Lot Festival. Ladies, ho'i. Iruna paparani o mauna roa, nukume arani taho o marune. Iari itamuru aura ura, tak tak wa tempo, ia kira, iari o ia kira, sai wa au mai no sabor, sabor rana e au te atua, te atua kai, te atua kai.
Nakumuhula, Rico Cook, and Sky Gora representing, teaching Halau Kilipohe na Leile Hua. Mahalo Nui, our, I believe, sixth group of the night, and their beautiful bougainvillea.
With this halau, I just want to give a big aloha to Auntie Lena Ala Kalamahaini. That's the traditions that this halau is continuing with that late, great Kumuhula, and a good friend of many of us as well.
All of us.
I have to say, the hula in this time of day is quite beautiful, and it's much more comfortable, and I'm really starting to enjoy this ambiance here. And we only have a couple more to go, so we're not done yet.
Only 2 groups left, so stick with us, folks. Remember, Lota Lounge is happening. It's open. It's popping back there in the corner in those, what do you call those kinds of lights? Fairy lights. And then the Prince Lot Hula Festival lit up for your folks' backdrop. For any photos, make sure to hashtag us, Mauna Lua Gardens Foundation, Prince Lot Hula Festival, all of those good things. I'm not sure if pupus ran out or not, but I was told that there will be, for sure, they're bringing shipments tomorrow morning for tomorrow's second day of the Prince Lot. Again, lomi o'io, ho'io salad, smoked taco, smoked a'u, marlin, all kinds of stuff. And don't forget about the food vendors giving Kama'aina discount to everybody, Kama'aina and Malihini alike, throughout the Royal Hawaiian Center at participating restaurants.
And for this evening, again, this may be coming to a close in a couple of hours or at the top of the hour around 8 o'clock, but the Lota Lounge will continue till 10. So even though that this is going to be finished on this side of the lanai, make sure you stick around holo holo some more. We'll have music and again, a lot of those onolicious drinks.
And I love when I look back and the halau about to take the stage is standing with Makaukau in position, all looking beautiful and nani hie hie. So, brother, without further ado, would you introduce the next halau for us?
Yes. We want to create a warm welcome, so please put your hands together for Kapahula o Ka'ohu Kui Lehua and Kumuhula, Allen Ka'ohu Cam.
Ela ke aroha kahikina kapina kala eha 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 e ke aloha me ka hano hano ai ai tana ni me natu me la kaita e hi o ke kua hi ua no a te te kua ho i atu e ala e ai e no laka. Aloha mai kākou e pakahi a pau. O ka pāhula o ka ohu kui lehua mākou. He halau mai ka ina mai ka makani a maunu o ka ahupo a owai a lai no hoi. Aloha everyone. Thank you very much. We're very pleased to be here for our second year in a row. Our presentation this year features the women of the Kamehameha dynasty, and more specifically, the women who were born into the Kamehameha dynasty. And the reason we chose that is because, you don't often hear the names of some of these women other than a street name or maybe an occasional school. And we don't want those names to be lost. They're at the point where even, our local residents and our Kama'aina are forgetting who they are. And so we wanted to resurrect these names, well, not resurrect, but we wanted to bring back these names and honor them. So our first section is for Victoria Kamamalu. She was the granddaughter of Paea Kamehameha with his wife Kahehe Malie Kalakua. She is the youngest child of Kekuanaoa and Kina'u, and the younger sister of King Alexander Liholiho and Prince Lot, for whom this festival is named. So in 1857, rumors
of a scandalous love affair between Victoria Kamamalu and one Marcus Montserrat ripped through Honolulu. And as a result, Alexander Liholiho and Lot exiled Montserrat from the islands. Victoria Kamamalu was very upset at this because this wasn't the first time that her brothers meddled in her love life. But you know, being a princess and of course the youngest sibling, she wasn't in a position to really display how upset she was. So what did she do? She relied on that wonderful oral Hawaiian tradition of let's gather all my friends together and let's write a mele of how mad I am at you guys, and let's make it so good that generations down from now, they're still going to be chanting it. And even, you know, some upstart halau years, centuries later might, even at a festival named in your honor, chant this. So we present to you two mele. They were actually written as one, but now traditionally we perform them separately. The first one is Pua Hou o Maleka, and the second is Aita Oe Parau.
O Matayo ke kuanoa he kane, o Elizabeth Kinau kabahine. Noho pulawa a hanauia, o Victoria Kamamalu he wahine. E ola maoloa ku kainoa, o Victoria Kamamalu.
Makawai o no le wai pau mai ko palena. Oh, ali no ho ai kamanui luna. Oh, ali no ho ai kamanui luna. Ilohi ho kuhana ahena ni ko huke kona. Ilohi ho kuhana ahena ni ko huke kona. Ke kai kuono papine pau mai ko palena. Ke kai kuono papine pau mai ko palena. Aina mai ka puana kamamalu no hei noa. Aina mai ka puana kamamalu no hei noa. Hei no kamamalu. So in our second section, we honor Ruth Ke'elikolani, who is the only is the great granddaughter of Paea Kamehameha through his son Pauli Ko'oleoku. These two mele that we perform actually appeared in a collection of 9 mele in honor of Princess Ruth in Kanupepa Ku'okoa on June 9th, 1883. We chose to do these two because they both take place in the Moku of Kona on Hawaii Island. One takes place Mauka, up at Hualalai, and the other takes place Makai at her home at Hualalai. So we present to you Aluna'o o Hualalai and Akalaiaui Hulihe'e.
O Paea Kamehameha ke kane, o kane kapole kabahine. No pulaua a hanau ia o Pauli Ko'oleoku ke kane. O Pauli Ko'oleoku ke kane, o Keo'ahine kabahine. No pulaua a hanau ia o Kulani Poahi he wahine. O Matayo ke kuanoa ke kane, o Kulani Poahi kabahine. No pulaua a hanau ia o Ke'elikolani he wahine. E o mauloa aku kainoa o Ruth, Keanolani, Kanahoahoa, Ke'elikolani.
Sky. Noho. You know, it's funny, I never thought I had a big halau until looking at the stage.
Ai, Aluna'o Hualalai. Aluna'o Hualalai. Aluna'o Hualalai. Huaunana I kalani. Apoana kamalino I kamali. Lohiana ke Hawaii nu ke kaya e. Kaluna kapu kapu o nauna ke ae ae Paana I tapewe miko kalai Kahela ka olu I na kuahiki la hiko mai la ina kua lono I ka luna kapu kapu o mauna ke ae Ke po ke lia o na kua iwi Ke po o ke laia o na kua iwi Noka oe ke la o Hawaii Aina kapua I kaurana No ke ano lani no e ino ae Ke po o ke la Ke po o ke laia o na kua iwi Noka oe ke la o Hawaii Aina kapua I kaurana O ke ano lani no e inoa O ke ano lani no e inoa Hei noa no ka mea kie ke liko lani
Ai, akala I hau I huli he e, pa. Akala I hau I huli he e, akala I hau I huli he. Na makata o hua hua, I kara I aloha na kupuna, lohona kalani la I ka olu. Akala I hau I huli he e, akala I hau I huli he. Na makata o hua hua, I kara I aloha na kupuna, lohona kalani la I ka olu. I ka olu kahela ke ke hau, I ka olu kahela ke ke hau. Kamakani aloha ia o ka aina, aina ua noho ke aloha, a kupa kama aina lai laila. I ka olu kahela ke ke hau, I ka olu kahela ke ke hau. Kamakani aloha ia o ka aina, aina ua noho ke aloha, a kupa kama aina lai laila. I ka pō mahina lai lai, kahai kaua mai au, haina ka pua I kauana, o ke ano lani no he inoa. I ka pō mahina lai lai, I ka pō mahina lai lai, kahai kaua mai au, haina ka pua I kauana, o ke ano lani no he inoa. Ke po o ke la Ke po o ke la ia o na kua iwi Noka oe ke la o Hawaii Aina kapua I kaurana O ke ano lani no he inoa O ke ano lani no he inoa Hei noa no ka mea kie ke liko lani
So in our next section, we honor Laura Konia and her daughter Bernice Pauahi. So this hula, Hemele no Pauahi, comes from the repertoire of Patience Namaka Bacon. And at the time, Auntie Pat actually decided to write this mele because she felt that there were not enough hula for Pauahi. Fast forward to today, we feel that there's not enough hula for her mother, Konia. So like Auntie Pat, we decided to write one. So we present to you now, He Hali Aloha, o Kili Konia, and Hemele no Pauahi.
O pai ea ka mea ke kane, o
Okane kapole kawahine. No pulawa hana ia o pauli kaole oku e kane. O pauli kaole oku e kane. O ka haili o ua lua hine kawahine. No pulawa hana ia o Laura Kanaholo Konia e wahine. O Abner Paki ke kane. O Laura Kanaholo Konia e wahine. No pulawa hana ia o Bernice Hawaii e wahine. E ola mauloa aku kai noa o Laura Kanaholo Konia. E ola mauloa aku kai noa o Bernice Hawaii.
He hali aloha no ke li'i konia, ka pohana o ka hale o ka mehameha. He hali aloha no ke li'i konia, ka pohana o ka hale o ka mehameha. He pua li'i oia o ka leo ku, he pua mili o ka haili o pua. E pua li'i oia o ka leo ku, e pua mili o ka haili o pua. No i ke kila kila o hale a kala, me paki ki e kana kane. No i ke kila kila o hale a kala, me paki ki e kana kane. E wahine olu olu loko mai kai, nana ke ano ke kohuali. E wahine olu olu loko mai kai, nana ke ano ke kohuali. Aina kaino ke li'i konia, e ola mauloa ka hali aloha. Aina kaino ke li'i konia, e ola mauloa ka hali aloha. E ala, e ai, ai ei.
Hei noa no Laura Kanaholo Konia. Hei noa no Kauahi.
E mele hei noa no e pauahi, ka mamola haole a ka mehameha. E mele hei noa no e pauahi, ka mamola haole a ka mehameha. E pua mili mili na ke ali'i paki, a hele I hulunani na konia. E pua mili mili na ke ali'i paki, a hele I hulunani na konia. E li'i I mika na au au, no na kamalei o ka aina. E li'i I mika na au au, no na kamalei o ka aina. Ale mako e po ina vale, ua nui na pono I imi ia. Ale mako e po ina vale, ua nui na pono I imi ia. A ina kapua na ilohe ia, e ola ko inoa e pawahilani. A ina kapua na ilohe ia, e ola ko inoa e pawahilani. E ala,
He noa no Hawaii.
So Noho Ike honoring Ali'i is complete without ending it with a mele ma'i. And so to honor all of these women, as well as the entire Kamehameha dynasty, we go back and we do a mele ma'i in honor of its founder, Paea Kamehameha. This is Kaua'i Hamakua. Kaua'i Hamakua te, te uai o pai ulala, mai ki ilunala, haule ila lola, mai ki ilunala, haule ila lola, tu o e to o a hatu I te lete, au he ala no ia, au he ala no ia, ta uai hamakua te, ta uai o pai ulala, mai ki lunala, haule ila lola, mai ki lunala, haule ila lola, tu o e to o a hatu I te lete, au he ala no ia, au he ala no ia, o ia nei o loe o lela, So, mahalo nui. We've had a wonderful time, and we are very grateful, and we dance off in gratitude to the Moana Lua Gardens Foundation, to Michael Pilipang and all his crew there, and we also mahalo our ohana, our kupuna, our pai pai, and everybody who helped to get us here. So until next year, aloha. E hoi ke aloha I kauka oe ala I te lewa na hele Ulu vehi vehi lai ka lehua a pane No kia hi o luna lai ta lehua kea No kalani nui lai nana I ka ohu velo I luna Aia o laka ka maunu unu lai ohu ohu I te leina A lehua mamo lai o ka pāhula o Ka ohu kui lehua lai hae a lai hae a lai e ai Aloha e, aloha mai Mahalo
E ka ohana, kako I ka pa'i lima hou mai. Another round of applause for ka pāhula o ka ohu kui lehua under the tutelage of Kumuhula Allen Ka'ohu Cam, bringing to the stage really
That was awesome.
A different lineage of hula. I really appreciate seeing some of those lesser known dances.
And I think it's great when you tie in a whole story to the performances on here. It's not just random performances within a theme, but they're really actually leading to one to the next to the next.
Aye.
Speaking of the next to the next, we had asked you to fill out some surveys, and we have two people who have some prizes to collect. So before we move on to our final performance of the evening, brother, could I give this to you?
Let me model the prize.
Yes, we have two prizes, and the first prize will be this very one-of-a-kind, only found here papale, or a hat, where we have our camouflage with the colors red, yellow, and brown. In the front, it says, we said aole. And there's a whole mo'olelo to this. To find out more and to get more of these to purchase, make sure you head to the merchandise tent. But we're going to call by your email. So the winner of this papale, if your email is lililehua@aol.com. Can you make some noise so we can see you? And again, you have to be here and present to win. I haven't heard anything yet or seen anybody, so I'm going to say it one more time. If your email is lililehua@aol.com, can you make some noise? Or not, because I would love to take your hat home with me.
Lili@aol.com.
Maybe it's that. Who still has an AOL?
I was going to say, you said it first, but...
I'm just kidding. My mom does. Okay, we're going to hold off for that one then, since I don't see anybody by that email. Our next prize is this beautiful tote bag. It's all with this year's theme of the Prince La Hula Festival. Again, Kapakai, 49th Annual Prince La Hula Festival. Very good heavy-duty quality as well. So again, if you want to purchase this, it is inside the merchandise tent. But if your email is damon@purplerobot.com. I'm really curious what Purple Robot is. But again, if your email is damon@purplerobot.com, can you make some noise? Brother, that one's for you.
Do you folks memorize your emails? Hopefully.
Hopefully. But that's okay.
Maybe we should get the names. If we have the names, maybe we can send them out.
We'll try again. If not, we'll try to pull a couple others by the time we finish off after the next performance. But the next performance, share us a little bit about this halau who will be coming up with us.
Well, as you folks probably know, it's the last group on stage for today, the first day at the 49th Annual Prince La Hula Festival. I may be a little bit biased when I introduce them because I have the privilege of calling these two my kumuhula. And it's exciting for me to call up this next group as the finale to close us out on day one of the Prince La Hula Festival. I'm seeing, as soon as we get the eye from them, we'll know to introduce them. But, brother, any more? I want to reiterate a housekeeping rule because the same rules, all the same announcements will be made tomorrow. But if you want to, please do join us again and ho'i mai, as we say, come back tomorrow. And we want to remind you about parking. Parking is free for anyone who comes and wants to join, wants to enjoy the Prince La Hula Festival for 3 hours. You'll get free parking as long as you validate at the info booth, which is right in the front as you're coming out of the 4th floor parking garage doors. You'll see the info booth, the Moana Lua Gardens Foundation info booth. If you want to stay longer than that, because the event is it's technically from 4 to 8 p.m., but 4 to 10 if you want to drink and enjoy the lounge.
Because there's something all going on. From 2 o'clock, we're going to have our makeke, and then, of course, Lota Lounge will open, and Lota Lounge will be closing us off tonight and tomorrow night as well.
So if you plan to stay more than 3 hours, just make sure you spend $25 or more at any of the vendors, at any of the businesses here at the Royal Hawaiian Center, and save your receipts because that will get you $25 or more, gets you 5 hours of free parking right in the Royal Hawaiian Center parking lot, or if not, we have an overload lot at the Sheraton Waikiki Hotel just across the way.
Yes. And, you know, these, I mean, we're saying names of hotels, and it's really kind of, it's strange, because usually we're outside of Waikiki, but again, just to bring in the significance of this space, Sheraton Hotel, Royal Hawaiian Hotel, all of this area has been very rich in history. And the more that we come back and we return and we come into this space, the more we can bring life back to that history. For example, the space in the middle, you know what? Our kumu already, I feel the heat behind my back already. So before I start, which is going to take me 5 minutes to finish, I think it's time.
I have the privilege of announcing the halau that I dance for. Eka Ohana, join me in welcoming to the stage under the tutelage of Nakumuhula, Carl Vito Baker, and Michael Nalanakila Ekolu Kasupeng. Here is Halau Ikaveku.
Oh, now night.
No yana kano no ya no ine ane ho iora hitima
Ahiki mai loko, ahiki pulo me te aroha. Aloha e, aloha e, aloha e.
Please enjoy our next half hour with us. We're so happy to be here with all of you. And tonight, we'll give all of our love to our last king, David Kalakaua.
Yahweh kalai alohilei. Yahweh kalai alohilei. O ikea e oe ai konani. Nau ino velo aku. Ike oe I kanania o imela. Mauna ilohia e ke ona ona. Ki e o kalani kau mai luna. Nana e na kapu o ka iki. Hehi kua nai ka nuku ale. E aku mako e o mai o e kala ke uala e inoa. E aku mako e o mai o e kala ke uala e inoa.
That
Thank
last
you.
mele, Ya'oi Ekala, compares our King to the radiant sun's rays and brings warmth to the earth. As he, that chant talked about Kalakaua being the very first of any sovereign of any country to circumnavigate the globe in order to bring what he valued and could bring back to his kingdom. We bring a very special group of young ladies, and these are our hivas, which means precious ones. And we do teach them kahiko because it's important for them, because they grew up in a time where they were not able to learn hula, but also with their families, taking care of their careers, and now when they come to us, this is now their time to learn and to carry on the culture. They dance for you, Kavika.
E ano ka wika e he, ka hekea o nā pua e he. E ano ka wika e he, ka hekea o nā pua e he. Ka wila ma ka hikina e he, mala mala ma vai I e he. Ka wila ma ka hikina e he, mala mala ma vai I e he. Ku I e kalono pelekane e he, alohe ke kuini o palani e he. Ku I e kalono pelekane e he, alohe ke kuini o palani e he. Na vai e kapua I luna e he, o ka paage ano ka makua e he. Ai e tapua I luna e he, o ka paake ano he mahua e he. Haina ia mai tapua na e he, no kalani ka vika I noa. Haina ia mai tapua na e he, no kalani ka vika I noa. E ala, e ala, e ala.
Thank
Let's
you,
cheer for
Hivas.
our Hivas. There is a bay called Mamala, right out of Honolulu Harbor. The old name is Mamala. And this speaks of one that can be found there, a love interest perhaps. But later on, as the story goes on, there may be someone else at Kewalo Basin. So this song, Kahi mea I aloha ia, kahi kaia o Mamala.
Kahi mea I aloha ia, kahi kaia o Mamala. Kahi mea I aloha ia, na kahi kaia o Mamala. Malama he wana o e ana ka ukana ke aloha. Malama he wana o e ana ka ukana ke aloha. Ua ponono ka uhana he kini lehu lehu o e. Ua ponono ka uhana he kini lehu lehu o e. He ala noho ana na I taolu o halaulani. He ala noho ana na taolu o halaulani. A he lani nui o e la uana na nei anui kilo. Ai lani nui lo o e ana na nei anui kilo. Ko kilo no homali e ana ke alo tamarua. Ko kilo no homali e ana ke alo tamarua. E aloha e ana ua na kahiwa ia o ke walo. E aloha e ana ua na kahiwa ia o ke walo. E ole kamali umai. E alo aku ana uana. E ole kamali umai. Haila mai ka puana na kahi kai o Mamala. Haila hou ka puana na ka olo moku he iloa. E ala, e ala, e ala.
This next mele is another one of these standards that are part of our lineage's repertoire. And this chant uses the kala'au, which are two pieces of wood that are struck together. And this comes from 50 years ago, Kumuvito over here was part of a line with our Kumu Robert Uluvehi Casimiro and learned this dance with Kala'au back in 1976. So we're so privileged to be able to continue this with our students.
Kalakaua hei loa, o ka bua mai ole I kala. Kalakaua hei loa, o ka bua mai ole I kala. Ke bua mai la I ka mauna, he rua iwi o mauna gea. He pua mai la I ka mauna, te rua iwi o mauna hea. Ke ahala I ki lauea, mala malama o aine ka pu. Ke ahala I ki lauea, mala malama o aine ka pu. O luna o ue ka una, I ka pali ka pu o ka auea. O luna o ue ka una, I ka pali ka pu o ka auea. Ea mai te ali I ki a manu, ua wehi ka ulu o ka mamo. Ea mai te ali I ki a manu, ua wehi ka ulu o ka mamo. Ka puana nia o Hawaii, ka la ka ua hei loa. Ka puana nia o Hawaii, ka la ka ua hei loa.
Thanks, guys. Bring your stuff back here, your kala'au. So, earlier in the program, we did a song in Kahiko called Ya'oe Kala, which spoke about all the many places our king would go to. And when we started getting ukulele and guitars and all these string instruments coming into Hawaii, many of our chants started to become the Awana form. So this is Ya'oe Kala in Awana form.
And we'd like to feature, to start this song off, one of our haumana, who is your MC, one of your MCs. This is Noah Ha'alilio. So he's going to start this nice wiha hula for our last king. Yahweh Kalae Elohim Manahaveleleu o Kaholua Yahweh Kalae Manahaveleleu o Kaholua.
e ki e o kaloni kau mai i luna ea. Nana ea e nā ka pu o ka hiki. Hehi kua nei ka nuku ale ea. Ke kai hala i lana mali e. E aku mako e o mai o ea. E ola o kalani a maula. E aku mako e o mai o ea. E ola o kalani a maula. A maula. A maula.
Thank you very much for. Put your hands again together for Noah. Hope you learned a little bit of our last king. This is our last song for the night. It's called Ka'ipolei Manu. And Queen Kapi'olani wrote this for him, this very deep love song for him. But unfortunately, he never heard it because when the ship came back, the mast was at half a mast. People knew that he went on to the next realm. So anyway, this love song that we love so much, Ka'ipolei Manu. Aloha, have a good evening. Hope you guys come to support this great festival tomorrow.
E ka ohana, kako I ka pa'ipa'i lima hou mai, another round of applause for
Our
Nakumuhula.
Final performance of the evening.
Vito Baker and Michael Lanakila Kasupeng, halau I ka VQ.
And Ha'alilio Solomon, who gave us a beautiful hula as well. Give him a round of applause. Ooh.
Oh!
Screams.
I worked so hard to stop sweating.
Well, we want to mahalo each and every one of you for being here this evening. This wraps up our day one. However, we're going to try this round again for our free gifts to see if they may have come back. So Ha'alilio is going to grab that real fast. But to give you a little snippet of what we can expect tomorrow, just to go over some of the halal. Tomorrow we're going to again be starting off the festival, at least the performances at 4 o'clock. But we're going to open at 2. So we have our makeke that will open, and then our Lota Lounge will open. And this will lead into the hula. So tomorrow we're going to have Kapa Nani o Lilinoi, Napua Ahi Ahi Lehua Mai Pihana Kalani, Napua Mohala I Kamalu o Kahala Halau Hula, Halau Hula Kamamo Liko Lehua, Halau Hula o Kukuno Kala, Halau Hula o Puka I Kapua o Kalani, Napua Lei o Liko Lehua, and us.
And
us too.
Under the direction of, no, just kidding.
Under the direction of ourselves. But
So-
we're going to try this one more time because we have the 2 free prizes for those who had submitted the survey. Okay.
We want to thank, before we give these door prizes out, we want to ask you to join us in giving a big round of applause to show our mahalo for the Moana Lua Gardens
Yes.
Foundation, as well as
Putting
the
this
lead
together.
organizer, Ian Castino. He's been buzzing around backstage, front stage, side stage, all over this whole Royal Hawaiian Center to make everything go smoothly. Mahalo nui e Ian, and Ian told us that we can basically think
away.
of a way to give these door prizes away.
Ooh,
So-
I have one.
Okay, you go.
No, you got to ask you though. I'll hold it. What was the other word for other than ono?
Oh, if you've been with us for a couple hours, if you
I
remember,
guess if you've been here for the whole day.
if you remember the other word for ono, Kamaka asked earlier, what's another way to
See if everybody was paying attention or not.
pop quiz? You guys gotta expect pop quizzes nowadays.
So we're going to try this first if you guys are here for the whole day. If you remember what the other word for delicious was, we said ono and we had another word. If you remember the other word, you can come up here and let me know, and then you have a gift for you. Does anybody remember? I barely remember either. Liha liha? Was that what it was?
Liha liha.
Liha liha.
Brother, you can just take the bag home. Also, I'm gonna give this hat to the first person I see come forward who danced and is still in costume. Oh!
Oh, that was quick.
Ovei koinoa. Ovei koinoa.
Reese.
O Reese koinoa. No he amai.
No he ea mai au.
No he eia, representing Hala Ikaviku, Mahalo e Lopakabaj. The We Said Aole hat is also available at the merch tent. I'm not sure how many they have left for tomorrow, so make sure you go.
I'm going to go back to testing people to see if they're paying attention. First person who can come up and give me what the translation is to Waikiki. Anybody can come up. Excuse, what is that? Sprouting Waters. Here you go. See how easy it
No,
was.
hey, my
Sorry.
boy.
Thank you
Where
very
you from?
much.
Milano, Italiana.
Milan, Italy. And she
benvenuta.
comes back every year and every so
Yeah.
often. So thank you very much for always coming back.
We hope to see all of you folks tomorrow.
Yes, that's it for us today. We want to mahalo all of you again for being here. Tomorrow, 2 o'clock, we will start this thing, but that goes on with the craft fair. 4 o'clock, the festival and the hula performances start.
Either tomorrow or at Lota Lounge.
Or we will see you at Lota Lounge in about 30 seconds.
Kamaka and I may or may not have a beverage waiting.
Yes.
But
That's a
otherwise,
yes.
Kia kua pume o kua pauloa. God bless you folks, and we
Aye.
hope to see you tomorrow. Mahalo for joining us at the first day of the 49th Annual Prince Lot Hula Festival, co-sponsored, I should say, by the Royal Hawaiian Center as well as Hawaii Tourism Authority and organized by none other than Moana Lua Gardens Foundation.
Yes, mahalo nui loa, everybody. Ahui ho. See you guys tomorrow. Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha, everybody. Welcome to the Prince Lot Hula Festival. We thank you for joining us today. Our festival is running for the last week with activities here at the Royal Hawaiian Shopping Center.